Ceremonial first pitches brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Visit www.pella.com to explore local offers and enjoy great savings. First up, we have Teddy celebrating his birthday. Next up, representing the Firefighters Care Foundation, Tinley Park.
We are playing 2 today here on Sunday afternoon in Crestwood, Illinois at Ozinga Field. It is games 3 and 4 of a 4-game series between the Windy City Thunderbolts and the Evansville Otters. Well, it was another 6-1 win, or not 6-1 win, another 6-1 final. Somebody did win, and that was the Windy City Thunderbolts. The Otters were held to only 1 run on 3 hits in game 2 of the series. The 1 run coming on the RBI single from Dennis Pierce in the 7th inning. The Otters ended their streak of 7 straight games scoring in the first inning. Might start a new streak here today. So Windy City ended up scoring 2 in the first inning. A double from Michael Sandel, an RBI single from Daryl Ruiz made it 2-0. They brought 3 across in the 3rd inning to make it 5-0. That was after a Victor Cherney RBI single and then a 2-run homer for Carlos Pena that went off of the flagpole out in right field. They brought 1 more home in the 6th inning on a RBI ground out from Pena, as Pena ended up finishing yesterday's game with 3 RBIs on the day. And Windy City ended up picking up their 34th win of the season, 34-36. The Otters now 41-28. And with Florence on a very nice win streak, the Otters are at risk of today. It is possible today that the Otters drop to 3rd place. A lot of things have to happen. Florence has to sweep their doubleheader against Gateway, and the Otters have to lose both games here. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. But the Otters are definitely in need of at least 1 win here in this doubleheader, at least trying to split the series. If they take 2, then even better. But you got to get at least 1 here against Windy City. As we take a look at the pitching matchup for game 1, it's A.J. Campbell on the mound for Windy City. He has a 5.74 ERA in 69 innings. He pitched back on the 19th against the Otters. Gave up 8 runs, 4 of them earned. 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, earned his 4th loss of the season in that game. On the other side, it's Ryan Wiltsey in game 1 for the Otters, as he pitched last on the 24th against Mississippi, but he pitched on the 18th against Windy City through 5 2/3 scoreless with 5 strikeouts in the 5-0 victory over the Thunderbolts. Game 2 is going to be Tyler Worley facing off against Landon Williman. That's later today. We'll have a 7-inning game here today, and then we'll wait 30 minutes, maybe a little longer, maybe. We'll see. But either way, game 2 starting right after game 1. 2 7-inning games before the Otters head home and play Joliet for 4 games. That's going to be another 4 in 3 days. We had that weird little rain out on the Heritage Hat giveaway against Joliet after losing the first 2 games in that series. So they're looking for a little bit of revenge here against the Slammers. And it is going to be a doubleheader on Wednesday. Saw the mound visit there. Our umpires for game 1. The rotation continues. Lucas Naley behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes with Kenny Jackson at first. The crew chief and Mateus Pushkalo is at 3rd. Well, the Otters yesterday was their shortest game of the season. It was 2 hours and 3 minutes, which is kind of weird considering there were 7 runs scored and double-digit hits on the side of the Thunderbolts. But everybody seemed like they were swinging first pitch, and 2:03, definitely a very short game. We haven't had a game under 2 hours yet, at least a full 9-inning game. We've had a 7-inning game go under 2 hours a couple of times. Most vividly remember that doubleheader against Joliet at Joliet, that both games ended with a final score of 2-0 and 2-1, and both of those games were like an hour 40, maybe an hour 35. Take a look at the head-to-head pitcher matchup. Wiltsey had a 4.04 ERA in 64 2/3 innings. He had a fantastic July in which he only gave up 1 earned run in 4 starts. On the other side, Campbell had a little bit of a rougher July. He's sitting at a 5.74 ERA, a 1.58 whip. Neither of these guys really strike out too many. Wiltsey does strike out a lot more than Campbell in terms of throwing them, 52 strikeouts, which is near the top of the team leaderboards, just behind Landon Williman, who has 55. But should be a good little matchup here in a 7-inning game. We have talked before as well about how good Ryan Wiltsey performs in doubleheader games. I'm not too sure what it is, but he's just performed. He's been great. 4 starts in doubleheader games, and he has only allowed 1 earned run. That earned run was in his last outing, the doubleheader against Sussex before the All-Star break. Gave up 2 runs, 1 earned, but the Otters got shut out in both of the games in that doubleheader, so he was not able to get the victory. He got the loss. He's sitting at a 5-4 record. For Campbell, he last pitched on the 25th against Florence. He threw 4 innings, gave up 9 hits, 7 earned runs, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a homer. As it has been a rough July. He's given up 14 earned runs in his last 3 starts. That includes that one against the Otters. After starting the season 4-0 in his first 5 starts, he's now at a 5-4 record. Yesterday, it was Ramon Rodriguez who kind of stole the show for Windy City. He pitched the longest outing by a Windy City starter this season. First one to go a full 7 innings. The previous long was Dante Maeda against the Otters on May 29th. So the 2 longest outings of the season by a Windy City starter have both come against Evansville. Campbell trying to continue that for Windy City. At Ozinga Field, it's been a cold one this weekend. It was sprinkling a little bit earlier this morning, but it seems as though we're going to be able to get both of these games in. It was kind of a question in the air surrounding, hey, if there's too much rain, what do we do? What do we do? Because this is the last time we play Windy City this season, and if one of these games gets canceled, we already have to play 4 games in 3 days. What do you do? Luckily, not having to answer that question. We had a split doubleheader planned for yesterday, and one of the games got canceled, which is why they're playing 2 7s today. You can see Windy City coming out on the field wearing the all blue uniforms. On the other side, Otters wearing the grays. The grays, the best performing uniforms this season for Evansville, 10-3. They won on Friday in the gray jerseys. They lost yesterday in the blues. That brought that down to 9-11 on the year. Usually the Otters are pretty good in terms of the last couple games of a series. We'll see if that continues here in Crestwood as we will head to the national anthem and take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise. Remove your hats and face the outfield flag for the playing of our national anthem.
14 innings at the minimum today here in Ozinga Field. We'll take a look at the batting orders. First, for the visiting Otters, it's John Ponder, Amani Jones, and Logan Brown, the top 3. Leading off in the top of the first inning, Marcos Gonzalez in the cleanup spot. Back at third base, Blake Robertson in left field batting 5th. Dennis Pierce is the DH batting 6th, with Chris Quitzer at first base today batting 7th. Sam Linscott in right field batting 8th, and TJ Salvaggio at short batting 9th. On the other side for Windy City, Liam MacArthur starts in center field first with Fogle behind him. In left field, Jared Beebe's at third. Carlos Pena is in the cleanup spot after his homer yesterday. He is the DH. Michael Sandel moves down to the 5 spot. He's in right field with Darrell Ruiz at first base. Robbie Ayers doing the catching. Batting 7th, Tony Livermore at second base, and James Dunlap batting 9th at short. So both the shortstops batting in the 9 hole, and both the center fielders hitting leadoff. Starting pitcher A.J. Campbell. We talked a little bit about him at the pregame show. By the way, pregame show brought to you by Papa John's, available every game before and after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network and Home Team Network. The Frontier League Network, powered by HTN, is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this season. Head to EvansvilleOtters.com to sign up today and get a front row seat to every Otters game this year. Campbell, 25 years old. He's at a 5.74 ERA, 69 innings, which is leading the squad this season. This is his 3rd start against Evansville. First one was back on May 23rd. He threw 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Otters performing pretty well against Campbell. Campbell was an all-star selection this season. Threw a scoreless frame with a walk in the actual game. As John Ponder moves to the dish for at-bat number 1 of the day, here at 1:07 p.m. Central Standard Time. A little late in terms of the start time, but we'll give them a pass for now. Very much like the all blue uniforms for Windy City, as the first pitch is called a strike at 1:07, and it is 0-1 to Ponder. Ponder yesterday went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Still hitting at a 342 as he is quickly down 0-2 in the count. Oh, 2. Low in the dirt. Righties are hitting 300 against Campbell this season. Lefties hitting 250. So lefty is actually not performing as well against the righty Campbell. 1-2, slow roller over to second base. Livermore, glove flipped over to first in time, and that's out number 1. 4-3 ground out to start game 3 of 4, and that will bring up Amani Jones, who didn't play yesterday. In game 1 of the series, he went 1 for 5 and scored. He's hit from the left side today. Is a switch in 3 lefties again here for Evansville. Jones, Brown, Robertson, Quitzer. There's all 5 lefties in the lineup for Windy City. Check swing over, and he did not go around. It's 1-0. MacArthur, Fogle, Pena, Ruiz, Livermore, all the lefties in the lineup for Windy City. Amani Jones now hitting at a 279. Does hit the ball pretty well against Windy City pitching. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. Against Campbell, he's 1 for 5 with a double and 2 strikeouts. One. Grounder over to the Otters dugout, and it's 1-2. Campbell performing a lot worse at home than on the road. 8.06 ERA here at Ozinga Field. On the road, he has a 4-1 record, a 4.36 ERA. Never really understood the those types of reverse splits. Normally supposed to play better against the home fans, and Campbell just hasn't been able to do that this season. 2-2 to Amani Jones. Grounder under the glove of Campbell and into center field for a base hit. First hit of the day for the Otters belongs to Amani Jones, as he now has a hit in 3 straight games. That one just got under the glove of Campbell. He reacted a little too late, and that will bring up Logan Brown with a man on first and 1 out. Campbell had a very rough July, 8.71 ERA. Bunt showed, pulled back, and it's inside for ball 1. Logan Brown trying one of those specialty bunts yet again. Hitting at a 338. 1-0 is called a strike. 2.45 ERA in May for Campbell. Moved up to a 6.15 in June. Still ended up getting that All-Star nod, but 8.71. He's been struggling since the All-Star break. 1-1. Bunt showed, pulled back, and it's called a strike. Higher half of the zone. That one called strike 2. Now 1-2. Logan Brown most likely not going to show the bunt this time. Campbell kicks and deals, and that is a fly ball into foul ground. Might hit the roof. Overhead foul ball. Brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Still remains at 1-2 against Logan Brown. He went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts yesterday. 1-2. Fouled away. Already looking like it's going to be a longer inning pitch count wise for Campbell. Unless he can get a double play ball here. Another 1-2. That is a base hit into center field. Back-to-back singles for Amani Jones and Logan Brown. And the Otters have 2 on with 1 out for the cleanup man, Marcos Gonzalez. Already a quick mound visit here between Ayers and Campbell. The defense for Windy City, Fogel's in left field, MacArthur's in center with Sandel in right. BB's at third, James Dunlap is at short with Tony Livermore at second base and Darryl Ruiz at first. Robbie Ayers doing the catching for Campbell today. Otters looking to pick back up where they left off, scoring in the first inning. Foul tip, and it's 0-1 to Gonzalez, who got a double yesterday. It was one of the 3 hits that the Otters had. Only extra base hit. He has a double in 3 of his last 4 games, including both games in this series. Double here would maybe bring in 2 runs. A little low. 339 now in 65 games. Didn't strike out yesterday. Still has a strikeout in 14 of his last 16. Is somewhat prone to the K, but does get a lot of base hits. Leads the team in hits now. Low and away, and it's 2-1. 82 hits this season. 2-1 grounder up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. Here comes Amani Jones. He will score. And Marcos Gonzalez brings in the first run of the day. Otters up 1-0 in the first inning. So 3 straight hits to center field. We saw this against New York. 3 straight hits in the first inning. That was back on the 30th. And the Otters an early 1-0 lead. Grounder over to first base. No play at second. Toss to first is in time. As Campbell will step on the bag, and that is out number 2. Both runners will advance, though, to second and third. Ruiz was definitely thinking about the double play, but did not have time. Gonzalez was already basically at second base by the time he tossed it over to first. Second and third, 2 outs. Dennis Pierce try to bring in a couple more here. 1 run on 3 hits here in the first inning for Evansville. First pitch is called a strike. Definitely a good start offensively today for the Otters. They already have as many hits as yesterday. 1 run on 3 hits. That was their total in 9 innings yesterday. They got that in the first today. Popped up. Right side of the infield, moving into foul ground is Ruiz, and he will make the catch for out number 3. Otters get a run across, though. RBI single for Marcos Gonzalez. And it's 1-0, heading to the bottom of the first on the Otters digital network. First innings brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. There is Chris Quitzer, who's playing first base for the first time with the Otters this season. He's been mostly, well, actually, not mostly, at third the entire season up until now. Liam MacArthur up first here. It's MacArthur, it's Fogle, it's Beebe. This top of the lineup is very dangerous. Wiltsey will try to shut him down here. The Otters already up 1-0. First pitch is called a strike. Ryan Wiltsey at a 4.04 ERA. Doesn't really tell the entire story, though, because he is on a massive hot streak and is currently on a 10 2/3 innings scoreless streak as well. He gave up 1 earned run in July. That means in 20 2/3 innings in July, he had a ERA of .44. 0-2, a little high for ball 1. A .44 ERA is dastardly, to say the least. So he has been really pitching the ball well the past few weeks. 1-2. That is just outside, and it's evened up 2-2. MacArthur ended his 27 game on base streak yesterday after going 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Swing and a miss for strike 3. MacArthur goes down swinging. First K for Wiltsey, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the first. That'll bring up Justin Fogle. Submission of the Otters to end all 3 of these on-base streaks. We got 2 of them. Jared Beebe is the last one, because Fogle, his on-base streak ended on Friday. We had MacArthur's end yesterday. Beebe, we're knocking on the door. You know the picture of the guy with the wreath knocking on the door? Beebe's next. Quickly 0-2 here against Fogle. And now Fogle will call his hitter's timeout. Still in at a .339. He went 1 for 4 yesterday with a run scored. Game number 68 for him. .0-2 from Wiltsey. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts to open the day for Wiltsey. And there's 2 quick outs in the bottom of the first inning. Jared Beebe. Back-to-back Ks to start the day off for Wiltsey. He's looking good so far. 2 batters, of course, but still. Called a strike, and it's 0-1 to Beebe. .01 misses a little high. Beebe went 1 for 4 yesterday, has a hit in his last 5, has reached base in his last 29, which is now the active leader in the Frontier League. That's going to miss, and it's 2-1. Wiltsey kicks and fires to Beebe. Grounder over to deep third. Gonzalez long throw, and a nice dig at first by Quitzer for out number 3. Well, a pretty simple 1-2-3 first inning for Ryan Wiltsey. We'll head to the second, 1-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
solution for you. Visit DeweyHealthCare.com for more information. Dewey Healthcare proud sponsors of your Windy City ThunderBolts. Leading off for the Otters, the first baseman, number 9, Chris Whitson.
Top of the second inning, 1-0 Otters. As with that scoreless frame, Ryan Wiltsey has now taken over the team lead for the most consecutive scoreless innings, 11 2/3. The past season high was 11, with Garrett Simpson doing that between the 12th and the 19th of June, but Wiltsey has now passed him. So anything further than that will just extend the season high. Quitzer leading off here. Bottom three leading off. Quitzer, Linscott, and Salvaggio. Right down the middle, and it's 1-1. Quitzer went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He has a strikeout in all 5 games this season with the Otters, but is hitting at a .333, 6 for 18. He's given off the vibes of a lefty Marcos Gonzalez. He strikes out a lot, but he hits the ball very well. 2-1. Outside for ball 3. Oh, Quitzer has not walked yet with the Otters. No walks, 8 strikeouts so far. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 3-2. Campbell in his last outing walked 4. He has multiple walks in most of his starts this season. He's walked a batter in every game. Multiple walks in 10 of 13. His season high is 5. That's on June 30th against Florence. 3-2. Strikeout. When he was in the leadoff spot Friday, he went 3 for 5. 0-1. Fly ball off to right field. Michael Sandel running towards the foul line into the bullpen of Evansville to make the catch. And that's out number 2. Wynn kind of pushing that one all the way near the wall. The Sandel jogging over there. Had to kind of move a little quicker near the end, but ends up making the catch. And the first 2 are retired here in the top of the second for TJ Salvaggio. Salvaggio had one of the 3 hits yesterday for the Otters. Called a strike, and it's 0-1 against Campbell. He's 1 for 3 with a homer and a walk. So one of his 9 homers have come up against Campbell. Grounder down the third base line over to Andy McCauley. You think Andy enjoys getting those slow rollers over to him? Maybe just work on his little hop step. Fouls one off himself. It will remain at 0-2. Never an enjoyable experience fouling a ball off yourself. I feel like the Otters have done it a lot this season. I don't have any evidence to back that up, but just from the eye test, because the eye test is never wrong. 0-2. Liner to first and caught by Ruiz for out number 3. 1-2-3 second inning for Campbell. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. 1-0 Otters on the Otters Digital Network.
Name as many things in the categories you can in
seconds, and then we have a ThunderBolts player who will be out the video for. We have to say everybody. All right, here we go. Today's category is movies that Brad Pitt is in. You are on the spot. Go. 0611. 0613.
Second innings brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. Founded in 1978, J.E. Shekel is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. It is Carlos Pena leading it off, then Sandal and Ruiz. Pena hit a 2-run homer yesterday and drove in 3 runs, 3 of the 6 needed in the 6-1 win for the ThunderBolts. For now, he takes strike 1. Wiltsey threw a 1-2-3 bottom of the first with 2 strikeouts. Oh, 1. Swing and a miss. This is the first time Pena has faced off against Wiltsey this season, as everybody else in the lineup has faced Wiltsey. But Pena somehow has avoided him. Only 1 start for Wiltsey against Windy City this season, and Pena was on the IL when that happened. A little outside, and it's 1-2. Pena was injured after the All-Star break. That was the first series after the All-Star break when Windy City came to Bosse Field. 1-2 grounder over to second base. Amani Jones will throw it over to Quitzer at first, and that's out number 1. So Quitzer, a very good defender, usually a third baseman, but can play multiple positions, including first base and the outfield. So definitely is going to be somewhat of a good plug-and-play player if need be. First pitch is called a strike to Michael Sandal. Sandal's 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch against Wiltsey this season. Yesterday he went 1 for 3, hit an RBI double. That one's fouled away. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 is in the turf, and it hit Sandal off the bounce. That doesn't count, though. Makes it 1-2. So during the prep portion of this game today, learned that this is the shortest game of the year, or yesterday was the shortest game of the year. So that one's outside for ball 2. It's also starting to sprinkle a little bit. But anyways, 2 hours and 3 minutes yesterday's game was in terms of the length. Even it doesn't really count the rain delay, of course. 3-2, that one's high. The shortest game in Evansville Otters history was 1 hour 49 minutes, and that was against Joliet on June 4th of 2024. What had to have happened for a game to go under an hour 50? Were they just speed running things? So that one's ball 4, and Sandal will take the walk. 1 hour 49 is the typical game length in a doubleheader game. We're most likely going to have an hour 49 minute game here in game 1. But this is a full 9-inning game that they just sped through. Everybody was swinging first pitch. Nobody wanted to take pitches. I don't know. And the thing is, it's so recent too that that game is probably on our YouTube channel right now, on the Evansville Otters YouTube. So you could listen to it and see what happened. I won't. I don't have time for that. Runner goes 0-1. Throw to second base is not in time, and Michael Sandal steals second base. 17th bag of the year for Sandal, and he's in scoring position with 1 out. think the Otters dugout was confused about what the count is. It is 2-1 apparently. I think only 2 pitches have been thrown though to Ruiz, no? Am I miscalculating stuff? Andy McCauley is confused. And so am I. I swear that only 2 pitches have been thrown. And Lucas Naley realizes the error of his ways. Says my bad, though it is 1-1. And Logan Brown might have convinced him from behind the plate. Still sprinkling a little bit here in Crestwood. Nothing too major, though. Runner on second. 1 out. The 1-1 here from Wiltsey to Ruiz is called strike 2. Well, Ruiz yesterday, he went 2 for 4, hit a double, drove in a run. RBI number 50 on the year yesterday. Now has a chance to drive in number 51. So that one's outside for ball 2. I might have some off and on rain today. You know, rain was what got us out of the split doubleheader yesterday. Only had to play that one game. It's not looking like it's going to be too much of a storm, though, as that one misses low for ball 3. Ruiz has 33 walks, 34 strikeouts this season. Wiltsey walks a decent amount, 27 after the one to Sandel. Payoff here. Breaking ball will miss low and in for ball 4, and back-to-back walks is put 2 on with 1 out. On back-to-back 3-2 counts as well for Wiltsey, so the pitch count a little higher here in the second inning, definitely a lot higher than the first inning. That'll bring up Robbie Ayers. Now with the mound visit, it's a quick one, so we'll take a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Still a decent amount of 0-0s. Gateway and Florence have been 7-4. Florence in the 7th for about 35 minutes now, so I think they're in a little bit of a delay. Sussex, though, up on Lake Erie 2-0. Games are pretty spread out. Mississippi's playing at 6:01 again. You remember that from last week? Oh, boy. I feel bad for Schaumburg. First pitch to Ayers is high and in for ball 1. Ayers 1 for 2 against Wiltsey this season. Did not play yesterday, but went 0 for 4 on Friday. One-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Ayers hitting at a .252 now in his 31st game of the season. 3 homers, 19 RBIs, has 11 walks compared to 28 strikeouts. 1-1. Grounder down the third base line foul, and it's 1-2. We get a big out number 2 here with a strikeout of Ayers. Leave Sandel on second. Leave Ruiz on first. As well as the rain, the wind has been a little off and on today. Now blowing from left to right field after it was kind of dead for a minute. 1-2. Wiltsey kicks and fires a high and outside breaking ball for ball 2. Ayers this season against the Otters, 2 for 18. Two. Blooper, that's going to get into right field for a base hit. Sandel's rounding third. He will come in to score. And a bloop single from Robbie Ayers has tied the game up at 1. So Ryan Wiltsey's scoreless streak ends at 12 innings. And a hit that was 62 miles per hour off the bat is the one that ties the game up at 1. It'll bring up Tony Livermore. Still one out, still two on. Now it's Ruiz at second with Ayers at first. First pitch from Wiltsey. Will miss for ball one. Livermore 0 for 1 with a walk against Wiltsey this season. Yesterday he went 1 for 4 with a strikeout after not playing on Friday. 1-0. Little low, and it's ball two. Played one game against the Otters last season when he was with Schaumburg. May 21st, 2025, he went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. 2-0 grounder over to first. Quitzer throws to second for 1. On to first. It is not in time, and Tony Livermore will reach on the fielder's choice. They do get out number 2 as runners are now at the corners. Ruiz at third and Livermore at first with 2 outs for James Dunlap at the bottom of the order. Off the bat, originally thought that one was going to get past Quitzer, but wasn't hit hard enough, and Quitzer was able to get 1. 2 outs now for Dunlap. First pitch a little high for ball 1. Dunlap with runners in scoring position is hitting .311, even though he's only hitting .235 overall, so does hit a lot better when runners are on. Throw back to first is not in time. He has 27 RBIs this season. Didn't play yesterday. On Friday, he went 1 for 2, hit a double and walked twice. Fly ball into right field. Under it is Linscott near the foul line. He'll make the catch for out number 3. But a run does come in to tie the ball game up. The RBI bloop single for Robbie Ayers makes it 1-1 as we head to the third on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the third inning, back to the top of the lineup for the second time for the Otters. It's John Ponder, it's Amani Jones, and it's Logan Brown leading it off. Ponder 0 for 1, he grounded out to second base in his first at-bat. Campbell's second time through the order, numbers actually go down a fair bit. 982 OPS first time around, and then goes down to 695. Shows bunt and pulls it back as that one's high and inside. The slugging goes down from 550 to 344. The on base goes from 422 to 351. Check did not go, just outside, and it's ball 2. Campbell started the season 4-0 after a good May, and since then he gave up a season-high 7 earned runs in his last start against Florence back on the 25th. He gave up 8 against the Otters on the 19th, but only 4 of them were earned. Season 9 strikeouts is 7. Slow roller over to third. BB throw on to first in time for out number 1. Now 1 down, that'll bring up Amani Jones. With Florence's win in Game 1 of the doubleheader, they're only a game back of the Otters now in the division and in the wild card hunt. They've won their 6th straight game as they're winning games when it matters here. Hank Zeisler has apparently hit 7 homers in this week, which, oh man, that is crazy. They have a big test, though. They're heading east to Sussex and New York. 1-1 from Campbell is just outside, and it's ball 2. Campbell from Absecon, New Jersey, right next to Atlantic City on the coast. Population of about 9,000. This is his first pro season. That'll miss high and away, and it's 3-1. He's at Frostburg State for 4 years, then was with Barton for a couple. At a 4.08 ERA and 81 2/3 last season for Barton. Grounder over to second, snagged by Livermore. He'll throw to first in time for out number 2. Two down here in the 3rd inning, and Logan Brown up for the 2nd time. He singled in the 1st inning. First pitch from Campbell. Just outside, but called a strike. And it's 0-1. Barton in Wilson, North Carolina, a little bit east of Raleigh. Wilson, North Carolina, home of the Wilson Warbirds, which is one of the newer teams in the minor league baseball system. 1-1. Grounder over to short. It's Dunlap. His throw to first is in time, and back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for Campbell. This time 3 straight groundouts gets him out of the top of the 3rd. We'll head to the bottom half. 1-1 on the Otters Digital Network.
Perform the song. If you're not familiar with Yacht Rock, you'll pick it up pretty quick. All right. Here we go. First one. Consummate Yacht Rock song. Who's the artist? A trip to Hooters. Christopher Cross is correct. You're going to Hooters. Good job, sir. Next one. Incorrect. This is a band, not a person. Doobie Brothers. Doobie Brothers. He's got it. He's going to Hooters. Next one. Notes is a winner and going to Hooters. Is a winner. Going to Hooters. I'll be impressed on this next one if you guys get that. My favorite Yacht Rock song. Walter Egan, unbelievable. You are a winner and you're going to Hooters. And that's all the time we have for Name That Yacht Rock artist. Thank you to Hooters. Back to you guys.
Third innings brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. It's the top of the lineup here in the bottom of the third, just like how the Otters led off at the top of the lineup in the top half. First pitch called a ball a little high to Liam MacArthur. He struck out swinging to open up the bottom of the first inning. 1-0 is called a strike right down the middle, and it's 1-1. MacArthur hitting at a .311, but his Windy City tenure actually leads the team in average with a .375. But a little bit down to .315 if you combine his time with Joliet. He spent 21 games there before getting traded. 2-1. Popped up. Foul ground. Gonzalez moves to fair territory. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 1. Thought that one was going a little bit more foul than fair, but ends up keeping Gonzalez in fair territory the whole time, just hugging the line right there. Does make the catch. That'll bring up Justin Fogel with 1 out. First pitch, fly ball into left field. Gonzalez running after it. He will run out of room as that one will fall out of play. 0-1 to Fogel. Fogel also struck out swinging in the first inning. ThunderBolts 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. Otters 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. And with the Florence win against Gateway, this is a big one that the Otters need to win today. They want to stay a game and a half up. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. 31 strikeouts now for Fogel after striking out in the first inning. Otters pitching has held Fogel relatively at bay this series. 0-2 a little high. 1 for 4 with a double. Fogel is against Wiltsey this season. 1-2. Little high and away. 1 run in the first for Evansville. 1 run in the bottom of the second for Windy City in this 7-inning contest. We got another one after this. Another 7-inning game. 2-2. Another one just misses, and it's 3-2. So a few takes from Fogel, and he's gone 0-2 to 3-2 in this one. Wiltsey already has 2 walks today. He's back-to-back to Sandel and Ruiz, and it led to Sandel scoring. Payoff pitch. Fly ball into center field. John Ponder. Let's hit a pretty high into the air, but Ponder makes the catch, and that's out number 2. First 2 retired here in the bottom of the third inning, and that'll bring up Jared Beebe. Well, the sun's not really out right now, but Ponder's still wearing the sunglasses, which I can respect. First pitch, liner into the stands. 0-1. The foul ball is brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. The 0-1. Little high. Beebe, 23 years old, from Atco, New Jersey. He was at Barton College as well, 2022 to 2024. So he was teammates with A.J. Campbell for that season in 2024 when it was Campbell's first season and it was Beebe's last. And at both of them, all-star selections this year for the Thunderbolts. 2-1. High fly ball yet again at a mile into the air. Monty Jones and Ponder will call off Jones and make the catch for out number 3. So 1-2-3 third for Wiltsey. as we will head to the fourth. 1-1 after a bit of miscommunication between Ponder and Amani Jones, but all good. All smiles from both of them, of course. We'll head to the fourth on the Otters Digital Network.
Your one-stop industry with discount plans for adults and children. Visit one of their 7 locations, including Evergreen Park, Oaklawn, and right here in Crestwood. Book your appointment online now at FamilyDentalCare.com. Let's give a big round of applause for Valentina. She's doing a great job dressing those faces. And all replays for the fourth inning are brought to you by Complete Collision Care. For all your auto body needs, Complete Collision Care is located on the Wilson Turnpike and the Bronx parking lot in Mosaic. Family and out there since 1994. Complete Collision Care has lived up to their reputation of providing quality, satisfaction, and perfection to each and every auto body repair. Complete Collision Care, proud sponsors and neighbors of the Queen City ThunderBolts. Also, fans, don't forget about Bingo in the Park. You can play this great baseball bingo game on your cell phone by scanning the QR code that's located around the ballpark or by visiting the tent behind home plate. Representatives of Bingo in the Park will be walking you around the concourse to show you how to play. Best of all, it's free to play Bingo in the Park.
Fourth inning here from Mozinga Field. 1-1 game between the Otters and the Bolts in game one of the doubleheader. Marcos Gonzalez leading it off. It's Gonzalez, it's Robertson, and it's Pierce up against Campbell. Gonzalez has the only RBI of the day for the Otters. RBI single back in the first inning that brought Amani Jones home from second base. First pitch a little inside for ball one. Well, there's been a lot of 3-ball counts for Campbell so far today, but no walks yet. Pitch number 47. Called a strike. It was a 1-2-3 top of the third for Campbell against the top of the lineup. There's a grounder over to third. BB's throw to first in time, and that's out number one. Well, Campbell's induced 4 straight ground outs. 3 in the third inning to get all 3 outs, and then 1 here to start the fourth. That'll bring up Blake Robertson. Robertson 0 for 1. He grounded out to Ruiz at first base in his first at-bat. I haven't seen Robertson hit a homer in a while. Last homer was on the 9th of July. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. He's got 5 homers on the year, 24 RBIs. One outside for ball 2. Well, this season, Campbell has 5 starts in which he has given up 1 earned run or less. Fly ball into right field, veering foul, just barely. And it gets into the corner. 97 off the bat, but the wind took that one and moved it into foul territory to make it 2-2. Last time Campbell gave up 1 or less earned run in a start was all the way back on June 18th against Joliet. 2-2 swing and a miss for strike 3. And that's out number 2, second strikeout for Campbell. And that'll bring up Dennis Pierce. The only scoreless start Campbell had this season was in his first start on May 12th against Lake Erie. 5 scoreless with 6 strikeouts. First pitch outside for ball 1. Campbell kicks and deals the 1-0 as it's in the turf. Pierce flew out to Ruiz at first base to end the first inning. Had runners on second and third. Has a hit in 4 of his last 5 games. 65 hits now in his 63rd game. Hasn't gotten a pitch to hit yet so far this time round, and it's 3-0. 3-0 here from Campbell. That is outside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk for Pierce. As the team leader in walks, adds another one to the resume. Number 41 on the year, first issued today by Campbell. And there's a man on first with 2 outs for Chris Quitzer. Pierce on first, 2 outs. Game still tied up at 1 here in the top of the 4th inning. First pitch from Campbell is inside for ball 1. Straightens Quitzer out a little bit, moves him to the other batter's box. Quitzer struck out swinging to start the 2nd inning. It was one of the 2 strikeouts for Campbell. Check swing did go around, and it's 1-1. Quitzer has played in a couple of foreign leagues, including Australia and Panama. Blooper into left field, and that'll get down for a base hit. Chris Quitzer has his first hit of the day. 4th hit for Evansville. And runners are at first and second with 2 outs for Sam Linscott. Blooper just gets over the head of Dunlap and into left field. Chance here for Linscott to give the Otters the lead back in the top of the 4th inning. He's got 27 RBIs this season. Flew out to right field in his first at-bat, and Sandholm went all the way into the corner in the Otters bullpen to make that catch. First pitch is called a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Campbell. That is called a high strike, too, and it's 0-2 now to Linscott. Is a 13.7 strikeout percentage. 4 for 14 here at Ozinga Field as he fouls one away. It's had a very off and on last couple games. Still hitting at a 322. The 0-2. High and away for ball 1. With runners in scoring position, opposing hitters against Campbell are hitting 241. Runners on in general, 275. The righties are hitting 300 against him. 1-2. Popped up into foul ground. Running after it is Ruiz. He'll run out of room as it lands on top of the Otters dugout. And Linscott will live to see another pitch. Linscott hitting 325 against starters. Slugging of 433. He has cooled off a little bit his last 10 games. He has 689 OPS compared to his normal 814, which is still over the league average. Another 1-2. Grounder up the middle into center field. A base hit. Here comes Pierce from third. And the Otters have taken a 2-1 lead. An RBI single for Sam Linscott. Another single up the middle for the Otters, and this one brings in a second run. Evansville has taken the lead back. It's 2-1 here in the top of the 4th inning as Pierce comes around from second. And 2 are still on here with 2 outs for TJ Salvaggio. RBI number 28 for Linscott. First pitch, fastball a little inside for ball one. Salvaggio ended up lining out right to Ruiz at first base in his first at-bat. 0 for 1 on the day. Swing and a miss. So with runners in scoring position, the average will rise for Campbell in terms of the opponents. 2 runs on 5 hits now for Evansville. 1-1 high and inside, and Salvaggio is ducking out of the way of that one, as it is 2-1. Ponder top of the lineup on deck. 2 earned runs given up by Campbell is 2-1. Grounder off of the mound over to second base, flipped to short is out number 3. And that'll do it for the top of the 4th inning. A run comes in, though. The RBI single for Sam Linscott gives the Otters the lead back. It is 2-1, heading to the bottom of the 4th on the Otters Digital Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For under 38 years, Sheet Metal Workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com, SMART20 EVANSVILLE.com for more information. Decided to spell it out for everybody watching at home today. Why? I got to add something, you know. Been doing this read all season and got to add some spice to it on occasion. Bunt drop down for Pena, back to Wilsey. Throw over to first is not in time. Bunt single to start the bottom of the 4th for Carlos Pena. And that is the second hit of the day for Windy City. Now Pena, smart decision. He laid down a very good bunt in order to reach here to lead off the bottom of the 4th. Now he represents the tying run, Michael Sandel. Pena 5 for 7 on stolen bases this year. Doesn't have too big of a lead off at first, though. His first pitch is going to miss a little low for ball 1. Sandel walked and stole second, came around to score on the RBI single from Ayers. Only run of the day for Windy City. Got way out in front of that and crushed it foul. 1-1. Sandel, 27 years old. He's from Navarre, Florida. Northwest part of Florida, the weird little, the panhandle? We call that a panhandle? I don't know, the northwest part. That's where that is. That's a grounder down the line. It's a fair ball. It's going to get off of the Windy City bullpen. And that will just be a rule double for Sandal. 104 off the bat, and the bullpen couldn't get out of the way. You can see they were not ready for that as it hit some of the equipment over there in the bullpen. So now the go-ahead runs in scoring position with nobody out. And Daryl Ruiz will try to give the Bolts the lead. First pitch to Ruiz. A little high for ball one. Ruiz has 50 RBIs this season, already won yesterday in this series. Walked in the second inning. Hasn't registered an actual at-bat quite yet. 1-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Ruiz with runners in scoring position hitting .313 this season. I have to take a big escape act for the Otters to get out of this one. That one's going to roll. It has a really weird roll, and it ends up going foul. That one went into fair territory for about 2 seconds and then decided it didn't want to anymore. So that is strike two. Ruiz is going to have to head back to the dish. Ruiz hitting .278 against righties, as Otters will take advantage of the time it's taken for Ruiz to get back to the plate to have a little mound visit between Wiltsey and Logan Brown. Now a chance here to get a big out number one with Robbie Ayers on deck. Back-to-back hits, now 3 on the day for Windy City. First extra base hit for Sandal on that double. 1-2's fouled back to the netting. Ruiz does not have a hit against Wiltsey yet this season. 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. 1-2 pitch, yet again from Wiltsey. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Still remains at 1-2 here with nobody out. It's 2-1 Otters, but Windy City threatening here in the bottom of the fourth inning. They have Pena on third and Sandal on second. Nobody out. Another 1-2. Fly ball. That will get out of play. Gonzalez giving it a look, but it'll fall into the second deck. Mentioned here at Ozinga Field, it's a little bit weird in terms of how the seats are formed because there's more rows on the second deck on the third base side than on the first deck. It's maybe 4 rows on the first deck and 10, maybe 12 on the second. And then that staircase behind home plate, that's always interesting. Good battle here between Ruiz and Wiltsey. Another 1-2 pitch. Just misses high and inside for ball 2. Windy City in a big spot here to get the lead back, especially with the 7-inning game. The Otters don't even have that much time left if they do give up this lead. 2-2. Fouled away again. Ruiz does not want to stop here. Wiltsey trying to get that first out without advancing either of the runners. A sac fly would probably still be fine. It would tie the game up, but hopefully would keep Sandal at second base. 2-2. There's a fly ball. Another one foul. And we'll do it again. Pitch number 10 in this at-bat between Wiltsey and Ruiz. Wiltsey trying to win the battle here. 2-2. Grounder, another foul ball. That time to the right side over to the Otters bullpen. Oh, this is given shades of the Chris Quitzer at bat back in the ninth inning, or the bottom of the eighth against New York a couple days back. 14 pitch at bat that ended in a single. Hopefully it doesn't end in a single this time, though. 2-2 yet again from Wiltsey. Is outside for ball 3. Well, if Ruiz ends up taking the walk, it'll be a bases loaded situation with nobody out for Ayers. (3-2). There's a fly ball into right field, making the catch. No, and it's going to get past Robertson and all the way to the warning track. 2 runs are going to come in, and after a 12-pitch at-bat, Daryl Ruiz gives Windy City the lead. Two RBI double. Looked like Robertson had that one, but it gets past him. And both Pena and Sandel come in to score. It's 3-2 Windy City as they have their first lead of the day. Still nobody out. Robbie Ayers now with a runner on second. Daryl Ruiz bringing in 2 runs. He's up to 52 RBIs on the season. As the first pitch will miss inside for ball 1. Ayers drove in the first run of the day for Windy City back in the second inning. Fouled away, and it's 1-1. Well, now the Otters have 9 outs to work with here if they want to tie the game up, possibly take the lead. You got to get out of the 4th inning here, though. 2 runs already in, 3 runs on 4 hits now for Windy City. As that pitch is a little inside for ball 2. Ayers' .259 average with runners in scoring position this season. Fouled away off to the right side, and it's 2-2. (2-2) from Wiltsey. High fly ball into right field, shallow right field. Won't advance the runner. Linscott will make the catch. And that's out number 1 as staying put at second base is Ruiz. So 1 out now with a runner on second. Tony Livermore up for the second time today. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. .241 with runners in scoring position. First pitch is called a strike, and it's 0-1. Livermore, Chicago native, is from the area, was with Schaumburg, so he just needs to play for Joliet, and he's played for all 3 teams in the Chicago area in the Frontier League. There was a guy, who was the guy that played for all 4, including the Chicago Dogs? Was it MacArthur? No. Not too sure, actually. It was Eric Turner, that's who it was, who's on Joliet. We might see him when we play Joliet this week at Bosse Field. Grounder off the glove of Wiltsey, and he'll have to eat it as safely reaching is Livermore. But no advance at second base as Wiltsey did look back Ruiz to second base. That'll be called a base hit for Livermore. 2 on with 1 out, and that'll bring up the 9-hitter, James Dunlap. A mound visit here between Logan Brown, Ryan Wiltsey, and Chris Quitzer. Two veterans on the squad in Quitzer and Logan Brown. They've seen a lot, so they're definitely good in terms of leadership on the squad. Dunlap, 0 for 1, flew out to right field in his first at bat, has 2 on with 1 out, as Windy City's already taken a 3-2 lead with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch from Wiltsey. A little low for ball 1. There's some action in the bullpen for Evansville, but nobody actually warming yet. 1-0. Is called a strike. Dunlap hitting at a .235. He was with Windy City last season. He had .316 in 69 games. Only has 1 home run in his professional career. He went 11 for 33, though, against Evansville last year. 1-1 inside, and it's ball 2. 11 for 33, a double, 4 RBIs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts for Dunlap last season. This year, not doing as well. 172 average. 2-1. Just high, and it's ball 3. Walk will load the bases for MacArthur at the top of the order. Payoff pitch here from Wiltsey. Fly ball into right field. Linscott fighting the wind out there. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 2. No advance from either runners. And Dunlap flies out to right field for the second out in the bottom of the 4th. Be careful here against the top of the lineup. The top 3 in the order, though, 0 for 6 today. It's still ever so dangerous, MacArthur. Had that 21-game hitting streak, which was the highest in almost a decade for Windy City. But has struggled a little bit against the Otters in this series. First pitch from Wiltsey is high for ball 1. MacArthur hitting .279 with runners in scoring position, so actually average goes down when runners are on second or third. It's still Ruiz on second, Livermore on first. Ruiz has that 2-run double that brought in both Pena and Sandel, as that's a base hit into center field. Throw home is cut off as the RBI single for MacArthur has made it 4-2 Windy City in the bottom of the 4th inning. Oh, mentioned, ever so dangerous. Always a chance for them to get a big hit out of the way, and MacArthur does just that with a single to center field, bringing in Ruiz from second base. So Livermore's now at second with MacArthur at first, and Justin Fogel up for the 3rd time today. He's 0 for 2. He has a strikeout and a fly out to center. Fly ball over to the Otters bullpen, as they're going to have to scatter and get out of the way of that. Three runs in this inning for Windy City, and the Otters now find themselves down 2 here with 9 outs to work with offensively. If they lose this game, they're only a half game back of Florence in the wild card. That missed, and it's ball 1, just outside. 1-1 here from Wiltsey. Fly ball off to the left side this time, and it's 1-2. The Otters need 2 to tie, 3 to take the lead. Now 4 runs on 6 hits, though, for Windy City. 5 hits in this inning as Pena had a single, Sandal had a double, so did Ruiz. Livermore had a single, and so did MacArthur. 1-2. Fouled back over the box. And we'll do it again. Fogle with Ottawa last season at .338, 56 games. Spent the first part of the year with the Titans, then got traded. Hit almost 500 at Penn State Abington in 2023. 497 was the United East Conference Player of the Year. 1-2, and that's a blooper right to Amani Jones at second base for out number 3, but 3 runs come in for Windy City as it is 4-2. Thunderbolts heading to the 5th inning on the Otters Digital Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for what many call the most exciting 30 seconds in all of sports. It's the ThunderBolts Derby presented by Old National Bank. Here to call the action down on the field is Bill.
All right, thank you, Matt. Today is a very special edition of the ThunderBolts Derby. Probably the first time in like 12 years here we're running 4 horses. We got a blue horse, a zebra horse, a red horse, and a yellow horse. I have 4 horse racing experts here who think they can correctly predict the outcome of today's race. Please state your name and the horse you think will win. All right, folks, horses are at the gate. This historic race is about to begin. And they're up. Not used to running with 4 horses out there. It's got a little crowded. All right, blue is going into the batter's side with the lead, followed by zebra, red, and then yellow trailing behind. The odds got a little shorter today, 33% to 25% to pick the winner. I did that all in my head. Good calculator. Here they come spinning out of the batter's side turn, and it's zebra and red. It's red, but here comes yellow. Unbelievable at the wire. What closing speed for yellow. Logan, congratulations. We have a Boomer bobblehead for you, and we have some prizes for you guys as well to come back to another Thunderbolts game. Give it up for our experts, folks. We got to get moving. Really, Thunderbolts Derby. Thanks, Old National. Thank you.
Leading off to the Otters, the center fielder number 3, John Hunt.
Top of the 5th inning, Otters find themselves now down 4-2 after 3 runs come in for Windy City in the bottom of the 4th inning. And now 4-2 Bolts as the top of the order leading off John Ponder, Monty Jones, Logan Brown, as the Otters are going to have to get something going offensively here against Campbell to start. There's a grounder over to short. Dunlap throw on the run over to first is in time, and that is out number 1.
Second baseman number 12, Bobby Jones.
1 pitch, 1 out for Campbell in the 5th inning, and that'll bring up Amani Jones. Monty Jones 1 for 2. Singled in the first, came around to score. First pitch a little low for ball 1. Jones 1 for 2, grounded out to second base as well. Campbell last season also played, besides Barton, was with the Williamsport Crosscutters in the MLB Draft League, and then with the Holly Springs Salamanders in the Coastal Plain League. Barton team last season finished 31-22. They ended up losing 2 games in the Conference Carolinas tournament, Division II, to be eliminated. Ripped down the line, it's foul. Campbell was a 2-way player for most of his time at Frostburg State. He transferred to Barton and ended up just going straight to just pitching. 1-2 is in the turf. He had a pretty good season in 2020, a shortened season. He pitched to a 5.64 ERA in 22 and a third, but hitting wise, he hit 313 in 13 games. Bigger sample size, his last 2 seasons with Frostburg State, he hit 262 and 266 respectively. 2-2 is high and away for ball 3. Frostburg State is in Frostburg, Maryland. It's kind of in that weird part of Maryland that's kind of like just sticking out there near West Virginia. Grounder foul. I don't know if I'm explaining that part of Maryland right, but it's just kind of like it kind of has like a thin part and then it jets out again, and then at the very, I guess the southwest part. Either way, 3-2 is a great take from Amani Jones as he takes ball 4. First walk issued by second walk issued by Campbell today, and Jones will reach for the second time. 1 out, 1 on for Logan Brown. Logan Brown representing the tying run here in the 5th inning. First pitch, a little outside for ball 1. We'll say Lucas Naley calling a pretty good game behind the plate. A couple of close balls, close strikes that he's been calling pretty well. That one's high, and it's 2-0. Walk and then a couple of balls here has Ayers moving to the mound to do a little bit of a mound visit. We'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. 5-2, Joliet's up on New York. Washington's getting shut out. 1 hit through 6 innings, 3-0. 9-0, Sussex has beaten Lake Erie. Gateway Florence is just starting Game 2 after Florence won Game 1. Later today, it's Tri-City and Down East, then Troyes in Quebec, and Schaumburg in Mississippi. We're going to get 2 games in before Schaumburg and Mississippi even start, possibly. Tino Novus came to join the party. Now back to the dugout he goes. Back to the normal catcher positioning goes Ayers to face a 2-0 Logan Brown. Walk would put 2 on with 1 out for Marcos Gonzalez. Campbell kicks and deals. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Monty Jones on first base. The 2-1 here from Campbell to Brown. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Campbell has gotten Tommy John surgery already back in 2021. And I'm missing that season. Got the medical red shirt, though. Fouled back, and Logan Brown stays alive. It's still 2-2. There's somebody warming up in the bullpen for Windy City. Looks like Zach Cameron. Not 100%, though. It's a little weird view from here. Fly ball into center field. Liam MacArthur moving up a few feet. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 2. A pitch on the outer part of the zone, and Logan Brown ends up getting under it a little bit, flying it out to center field. Now Marcos Gonzalez up with a man on first and 2 outs. First pitch called a strike. Gonzalez is 1 for 2, has drove in the first run of the day for the Otters. Single in the first inning that brought in Amani Jones. Grounded out to third in his second at-bat. Now down 0-2. Campbell, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks today. The 0-2 pitch. Little inside. called ball one. Campbell played a lot of summer league ball. Northwoods League, he was with the Rochester Honkers for a couple years. He was in the Atlantic Collegiate League, the Ocean Goals. That was before his collegiate career even started back in 2019, as that one's outside for ball two. Then mentioned the Holly Springs Salamanders. He was there for a couple seasons as well. 2-2. Opposite field base hit for Gonzalez as Amani Jones will head to second base. Marcos Gonzalez goes the other way, and he's now 2 for 3 as the throw gets away. But no runners will advance as it was backed up by Ayers. Sandal threw it. It was bobbled by Ruiz at first base. Well, luckily for Windy City, it didn't advance either runner, but that'll bring up Blake Robertson. Tying run is on first base for Evansville. Robertson 0 for 2, grounder to first base, a strikeout swinging. First pitch, a little low for ball one. Campbell has given up only the 2 earned runs now through 4 2/3. Pitch count is getting up there a little bit. It's up to 91. A little high, and it's 2-0. Walk would load the bases for Dennis Pierce. We did see the couple of small comebacks for the Otters back when they played Joliet, mainly off of the bat of LG Castillo. Little low, and it's ball 3. The Otters did so far this season 5-5 in doubleheader games, just at a perfectly even 500. 3-0 from Campbell. That one is called a strike, and it's 3-1. Robertson does get on a lot via the walk. 29 walks, 37 strikeouts. 3-1. Fly ball into deep right field. Going back is Sandal. He's at the wall, and it's going to hop over his head. 1 run is in. Here comes Marcos Gonzalez. He'll score. Blake Robertson ties the game up at 4. His second 2-run double of the series. And all of a sudden, it's a brand new ball game here in the 5th inning. And that will do it for Campbell. Well, Robertson misplayed that liner out in left field. 2 runs came in there, and immediately he comes back and picks up Wiltsey. Driving in 2 runs of his own, as we'll have a pitching change here on the Otters Digital Network. Otters have tied the game up here in the top of the 5th inning, and it brings a new pitcher into the game, Zach Cameron. is the first man out of the pen for Windy City. He has a 2.83 ERA and 41 and a third innings. He's been one of the better relievers for Windy City this season. Surprised he didn't get an all-star nod, but he has been on a very nice hot streak. But in his last outing back on the 30th against Gateway, he gave up 2 earned runs on a inning and a third of work. Also his second homer given up of the season. Dennis Pierce. First pitch is called a strike. Before that outing, though, against Gateway, Zach Cameron had only given up 1 run since June of the 28th against Gateway. Basically a whole month without giving up any runs except for that one time. He had retired as well 29 straight before that outing against Gateway, but still, ERA looking real nice at a 2.83, 15 walks, 35 strikeouts. This is the third time that he is facing off against the Otters. 1-1. Little inside. He has not given up an earned run against the Otters this season, and if that runner at second scores, still won't, because that will go to Campbell. Some great clutch hitting, though, for Robertson. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 2-2. Before Robertson, both of those RBIs came with 2 outs, up to 15 2-out ribbies on the year. Dennis Pierce leading in the 20s. 2-2. Good snag from Ayers, as that will miss for ball 3. Walk would put 2 on with 2 outs for Quitzer. Cameron, one of the guys that came over to Windy City from Ottawa, along with Tom Carcione. Payoff pitch here with 2 outs for Cameron. Check swing, and he did not go, as Dennis Pierce will walk for the second straight time. Third walk issued by Windy City pitching. So that was almost a swinging strike 3, but Pierce holds. And 2 on now with 2 outs for Chris Quitzer. Quitzer the lefty. Lefty's hitting better against Cameron than righties. It's still not too much, though. 236 compared to 218. Those 29 straight he retired, though, was over 7 straight hitless innings between July 11th and July the 28th. Quitzer does have a hit already today. He's 1 for 2. First pitch is called a strike for an 0-1 now, with Robertson on second, Pierce on first. Robertson driving in the 2 runs to tie the game up at 4. Otters a chance to come back here. 0-1. Inside, and it's 1-1. Last year with Ottawa, Zach Cameron had a 7.01 ERA and 43 2/3 innings. Ottawa didn't play against the Otters. Gave up a hit in each of his last 14 appearances. So it's been night and day between last year with the Titans and this year with the Thunderbolts. Grounder foul. Ooh. Into the Otters dugout. A bit of a liner. Almost hit our trainer. Everyone's good over there, though. They have 20 scoreless appearances, though, last season with Ottawa. Coming out of the bullpen for them. Just gave up a lot of hits as he'll step off. Cameron this season, 21 scoreless outings, so 41 in the third, 21 scoreless. Has a season high 4 strikeouts in 3 separate games. Fouled away, and Quitzer stays alive. 2-1 record. He got the win on June 19th against Schaumburg, July 5th against Lake Erie. Gave up a season high 5 earned runs in the notable 20-19 game between them and Florence. That was a game, though, where everybody hit the ball. Literally everybody. Another 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and Quitzer strikes out for the second time today. Out number 3, but Blake Robertson brings in 2 runs to tie the game up at 4, heading to the bottom of the 5th inning on the Otters Digital Network. Fifth inning's brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road for details. Bolts scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Otters responded and tied the game up with 2 in the top of the 6th inning. It's now 4-4. Jared Beebe, Carlos Pena, Michael Sandel, 3-4-5 leading it off against Wiltsey, who's back out there. First pitch is going to miss. Joe Morrissey in the bullpen, though, for Evansville. 1-0. Fouled away. Beebe so far 0 for 2 today. Grounded to third, a fly out to center. Beebe spent his time with St. John's last season, hit .356. Before that, he was at Barton along with Campbell. Just misses. Best season with Barton was in 2023. Hit .330 in 50 games. Hit a homer, drove in 32 runs. 2-1 is cranked down the left field line, but foul, and it's 2-2. 101 off the bat for Beebe. That on base streak at risk currently. Honestly, with it being 7 innings, might be his last chance. You never know how things will turn out. 2-2. Grounder over to short. Bobbled. Salvaggio trying to recover. Throw to first is still in time as he throws a bullet to Quitzer for out number 1. Now, TJ has a cannon at short. Take a look at this. Off the glove, recovers, laser right to Quitzer. And that's out number 1. Carlos Pena has a single in his last at-bat. Single to lead off the 4th, came around to score on the 2-run double from Daryl Ruiz. And he has a grounder to second. He's 1 for 2. Swings and misses at strike 1. Pena was with Mizzou for a couple seasons, then was with Indiana State for a couple more. .327, made the Missouri Valley Conference All-Conference first team. High fly ball into left field. Robertson was back, now moves forward, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Now Wiltsey possibly riding the momentum of the Otters tying the game up with a couple of nice outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. It'd be good to save the bullpen if he can go the full 5, especially considering Campbell finishes not going the full 5. Had to use Cameron for an out. Sure, Cameron will probably be back out there, though. First pitch a little low to Michael Sandel. Campbell finishes with 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts, and he will not be a part of the decision. No, he will not be a part of the decision, because if Windy City scores here, Cameron would get the win. 1-1. Little outside. Sandal, 10th round draft pick in the 2021 draft by the Astros. Spent time there, then was with Gateway for 7 games in 2024. A little odd there. And now with Windy City. Fly ball to right field. Sam Linscott will make the catch. And a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 5th inning for Wiltsey. He goes through 5. As we will head to the 6th inning, 4-4 on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, we're going to shoot some White Castle sliders off the roof of the only ballpark in North America that does it every night. This is Jackie from Lockport. 6'5", one of the taller catch-pitcher traders we've ever had out here. Jack, we're going to shoot 3 White Castle sliders. You're going to catch them into the Swansea net. Here you go. There they are. First one on its way. Here it comes. Jack from Lockport. Oh. Second one for Jack from Lockport. Way up there. Way up there. Oh, Joe. All right, one for 2. And he goes to the White Castle. Here it comes. Oh, look at that. 2 for 3 ain't bad. That's 666. You're going to White Castle. How about that? Give it up for Jack, everybody. 6'5", and he went 2 for 3. Hey, Matt, tell them all these people can go to White Castle after the ball.
Fans will be handing out White Castle coupons. Good for a buy one, get one combo deal at the ballpark. Be sure to stop in at any of these 66 Chicagoland White Castles and get your second combo deal free. White Castle, follow your fridge. And the replays for the 6th inning are presented by Illinois Operation Lifesaver. To learn more about railway safety, visit them on the web at sites.oli.org. Leading off for the Otters, the right fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott. And a reminder, fans, Sam Linscott is our clear batter of the game. Eating to the 2 strikes out, our Windy City ThunderBolts staff will boss around the concourse, selling $3.
Top of the 6th inning here in Crestwood. Sam Linscott leading it off. Then Salvaggio, and then Ponder. As the Otters try to come back from down 2 and take the lead here in the 6th inning. The game tied 4-4 right now. First pitch a little outside. Zach Cameron out there, by the way. Still out there. Cameron, 25 years old. He's from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Another Canadian on the team. Almost. If Cherney was catching, we'd have an all-Canadian battery, but it is Ayers. Sir Cherney will probably get game 2. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. Spent his entire collegiate career with Niagara, 2020 to 2024. One. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Last season with Niagara, 2024, he had a 2.9 ERA in 59 innings. The first player on Niagara in program history to be named the MAAC Relief Pitcher of the Year. He's also an ABCA All-Region First Team. Fouled away, and it's going to remain at 1-2. Led the MAAC in saves. I keep wanting to say the MAC because but the MAC already exists. It's the MAC. It's the MAC. The MAAC. The MAC, maybe? I don't know. 1-2. Inside. He was with the Hamilton Cardinals in the Inter-County Baseball League, which is now the regular Canadian Baseball League. And it's the team that Yasiel Puig is, the league that he's playing on, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Fouled away yet again, and it's going to remain at 2-2. This is another nice long at-bat for Linscott. Yeah, 2.84 ERA with the Hamilton Cardinals in 12 2/3 innings to finish 2024. Another 2-2. Fly ball into right field. Michael Sandal is there, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. A long at bat, but Cameron wins the battle. That'll bring up TJ Salvaggio. Time called. Not too sure why. Well, first pitch here from Cameron. Cameron signed with the Thunderbolts in December of 2025, so he signed relatively early with Windy City. He's been here all year. Oh, 1. Grounder over to third. Jared Beebe. Long throw across the diamond to first. And that's out number 2. LSU's warming in the bullpen for Windy City. It's a lefty. Narrows it down just a tad to just Bonner and Lovell. Rodriguez is a lefty too, but he started. He's not pitching today after throwing 7 innings. First pitch called a strike to Ponder. I think that's Lovell. I'm not too. It's kind of hard to tell from here. Fouled away. Joe Morrissey still warming in the bullpen for Evansville. 0-2 quickly here against Ponder. Yeah, that is Lovell. Well, Lovell has struggled against the Otters this season. 0-2 from Cameron. Fouled away yet again. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Remains at 0-2 here. Ponder 0 for 3 today. Grounder to second, grounder to third, grounder to short. Another 0-2. Little outside. It's Ruiz, Ayers, and Livermore to face off against Morrissey next inning. Could most likely the day done for Wiltsey. Just outside. It's 2-2. Good take, though, from Ponder. A lot of the on-base streaks were shut down yesterday, but now the leader is Marcos Gonzalez, is 19. Popped up in a foul, ground running after it is Ruiz at the wall, and it's going to go off the fence. The only on-base streaks that stayed is Gonzalez at 19, Salvaggio at 9, Pierce at 7, and LG at 1 because LG didn't play yesterday. Do it again at 2-2. Well, Ponder still has the longest on-base streak this season by an Otter with 30. 2-2. There's a grounder over to third. Jared Beebe again. His throw on to first is in time. Back-to-back grounders. The third ends the 6th inning as Zach Cameron throws a scoreless frame out of the pen. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, 4-4 on the Otters Digital Network.
If you are the owner of a black Lincoln Navigator, license EX36333. Again, if you're the owner of a black Lincoln Navigator, license EX36333. And congratulations, you're the winner of the Delta Sonic Dirtiest Car in the Lot. Once again, if you're the owner of a black Lincoln Navigator, license EX36333, you're the winner of the Delta Sonic Dirtiest Car in the Lot. And your prize at the box office. All right, fans, pucker up. It's time for the Delta Sonic gift scale.
Sixth inning is brought to you by United Fidelity Bank, the experience you need and the service you deserve since 1914. Joe Morrissey's into the game. Ryan Wiltsey does finish his day with 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. It's up to Morrissey to try and keep the game tied up at 4 here in the bottom of the 6th inning, facing off against Ruiz, Ayers, and Livermore. First pitch is called a strike. Morrissey sitting at a 4.61 ERA in 27 and a third innings through 2 and a third on the 29th against New York. High fly ball into shallow left field. Salvaggio calling off Robertson, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. Good start for Morrissey out of the pen. First guy retired, and that'll bring up Robbie Ayers. First pitch big, swing and a miss. So we'll possibly see level out for the 7th inning. Depending on what happens, we might see Serta. Serta time. We saw Serta get 2 saves in a day back in Joliet a few weeks ago. Called a strike, and it's 0-2. Ayers drove in the first run of the day for Windy City back in the 2nd inning. RBI singled and flew out to right field. Grounder over to second base. Amani Jones will toss it on to first, and that's out number 2. Morrissey making quick work so far. First 2 gone, and that will bring up Tony Livermore. We've not had a doubleheader game go to extra innings yet. Technically the 8th. Same thing, really. First pitch is called a strike to Tony Livermore, who is 1 for 2, has reached twice. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning. Singled in the 4th. He'll call his hitter's timeout. Livermore rocking the number 99. Don't see too many 99s nowadays. Aaron Judge. Keenan Taylor when he was with the Yalls. Single into center field. Livermore has his 2nd hit of the day. And that'll bring up James Dunlap. Dunlap 0 for 2, 2 flyouts to right field. I'll get this out number 3 before the top of the lineup reaches with runners on base. There's a grounder over to short, flip to second, and that's out number 3. That'll get it done. Scoreless bottom of the 6th for Joe Morrissey. With the single by Livermore. We will head to the 7th, still tied up 4-4 on the Otters Digital Network.
With the purchase of a combo meal. Our Windy City ThunderBolts staff will bring those coupons shortly. Burgers, beers, and big screens. Some of their famous burgers, ice cold traps, and every game playing on the screens all around the bar. Just finish with Walmart and Thomas Square's ThunderBolts fans together before the first pitch and celebrate after the final out. And Tommy's Grill is more fire aggressive, the official ThunderBolts destination. Now pitching for the ThunderBolts, number 21, Justin Bubble. Another reminder, on the field, autographs and catching the outfield until after the conclusion of the second game. Both games are 7-inning doubleheaders.
Top of the 7th inning. Game is tied at 4-4. We have a new pitcher into the game for the Thunderbolts. Justin Lovell into the game. 23-year-old from Lake Worth Beach, Florida. Standing at 6'4". He has a 4.23 ERA and 27 2/3 innings. 19 hits, 13 earned runs given up, 20 walks compared to 35 strikeouts, and he leads the team in saves with 6, but he has not been performing well against the Otters this season. He's given up 13 earned runs. 7 of them have gone against Evansville. His first outing, he didn't record an out. He gave up 4 earned runs. That was on May 23rd. On May 30th, he threw an inning, gave up 3 earned runs, but then on July 17th, got his 6th save, and it was a scoreless inning for him. So, see what happens here in the 7th inning with the game tied up. Both teams 4 runs, both teams 7 hits, and both teams no errors. Grounder to short, throw to first is in time for out number 1 as Amani Jones is down on the first pitch. That'll bring up Logan Brown. For Lovell, lefty is hitting 151 off of him this season. Righty is hitting 268. First pitch is called a strike on the outside edge. Lovell was with Palm Beach Atlantic for all of his collegiate career. Yo, 1. That will hit Logan Brown. The curveball just veers away from him. Logan Brown will take first, and he represents now the go-ahead run. Gonzalez 2 for 3 today. Definitely a chance at a 3-hit game with those 2 hits. That's multi-hit game number 23. He has 11 3-hit games this season, which leads the team. And it's not necessarily close either. Big gap in between first and second again. Maybe we'll see another opposite field single as the fastball at 94 is called a strike. The 0-1. Little high. Makes it 1-1. Gonzalez said now a hit in his last 5 games. Has reached now in 20 straight. Singled, brought in a run, then singled and scored in the 5th inning. Inside, it's ball 2. Leveled the walks. Haven't necessarily been too big of an issue. He has 20 of them. Doesn't give up too many hits, but he's only given up 1 homer. 1 homer was given up in his last outing. Fly ball off to the right side. Makes it 2-2. Yeah, the first homer of the season given up on the 30th against Gateway. He also got his 4th loss in that one as well. Gave up 2 earned runs. Two. That one fouled away pretty much at the same spot out there in the concourse, and it's going to remain at 2-2. Just challenging him with the fastball. That time it was 95. Gonzalez hasn't been able to catch up, but he's been able to poke it foul and stay alive to watch another pitch. Another 2-2 from Lovell. Another one fouled away. Fastball at 96. It just keeps going. Keeps getting faster and faster. 96 that time. Logan Brown still on first, representing the go-ahead run for Evansville. 2-2. Swing and a miss. That time goes to the changeup and gets Gonzalez to strike out for out number 2. Only the 4th strikeout for Windy City pitching today, and that'll bring up Blake Robertson. Lovell looking for a scoreless 7th and giving Windy City a chance to walk it off in the bottom half. First pitch called a strike. The Otters have not had a walk-off loss this season. 0-1. Little low. Dennis Pierce on deck. Robertson hit that big 2-run double to tie the game up at 4 and keep the Otters in this one. If it weren't for his hit, the Otters would be down to their final out. 1-1. That will hit Robertson, and both the lefties that have faced off against Lovell have been hit by a pitch. That'll put 2 on, and that'll put up Dennis Pierce, who has had a couple of massive hits so far this season. Remember the one in Mississippi? Ended up starting a 4-game winning streak for the Otters. So Dennis Pierce definitely the right guy you want up here with 2 outs and runners on. Another big gap in between second and first as the second baseman Livermore covering Logan Brown. First pitch is called a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Pierce so far today is 0 for 1. He's walked twice. Walked in the 4th, came around to score. Walked in the 5th in advance from first base. 0-1. That one's a little low. 95 again on the fastball, and it's 1-1. We've seen a lot of fastballs from Lovell so far. One. Fouled away off to the right side, and it's 1-2. Lovell has already faced the Otters 3 times, given up 7 earned runs. An 8th would give the Otters the lead yet again. 1-2. Grounder back up the middle over to Livermore. He'll tag second base, and that is out number 3. Livermore was positioned perfectly there. If he wasn't there, that might have gone into center field, but instead it's a fielder's choice, 4 unassisted for out number 3. So we stay tied heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Windy City a chance to walk it off in game 1 of the doubleheader. So we'll be right back on the Otters Digital Network. Seventh innings brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays at 607 North Main Street in Evansville, Indiana. That's this Friday, actually. Joe Morrissey back out there facing the top of the order. First pitch to Liam MacArthur is low for ball one. Is a huge spot for Morrissey as he tries to keep the game tied and try to head to a extra inning in a doubleheader game for the first time this season. That's outside, and it's 2-0. MacArthur is 1 for 3, hitting RBI single in the fourth inning to make it 4-2. That's called a strike, and it's 2-1. Otherwise, a strikeout swinging and a fly out to third base, Marcos Gonzalez. Outside, it's ball 3. MacArthur is pretty sneaky on the base paths. Doesn't have too many steals, but has some speed. That's why he's hitting the leadoff spot. 3-1 is just high for ball 4. So the winning run is now on first base. Now that'll bring up Justin Fogel, who's 0 for 3 today. Go ahead, run on first base. Alex Valdez now quickly getting warm in the bullpen. First pitch from Morrissey. Bunt showed, pulled back, and it's outside for ball 1. Trying to move MacArthur over to second base. Throw back to first is not in time. Fogel has a strikeout swinging, a fly out to center, and a pop out to Amani Jones at second base. Windy City trying to take a 2-1 series lead. Bunt showed again. Gonzalez is crashing. Bunt popped up, and Gonzalez can't get to it. Made a great effort at it, but wasn't able to make the catch. And that makes it 1-1. BB on deck. He's also 0 for 3 today. Fogel not hiding the fact that he's going to bunt. 1-1. Pulled back. It's called ball 2. The 2-1 here from Morrissey. Fogel showing bunt again. Drops it down the third base line. Gonzalez, no play at second. He'll throw to first. And that is out number 1 as everybody going over to cover third, just in case MacArthur was trying to take an extra base. So the sack bunt will move MacArthur into scoring position for Jared Beebe. Little mound visit here. Max Peterson now is going to make the change as Morrissey's coming out of the game. Seemed like a little bit of a quick decision for Max Peterson, but Alex Valdez is entrusted more, and he's going to come in here in a high leverage spot trying to keep the game tied up. Let's take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network. Pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759K. Alex Valdez is into the game. 3.72 ERA in 36 and a third innings. Windy City's in a pretty good spot here to win the game, but Valdez is a very trusted member of the high leverage bullpen. First pitch is called a strike, and it's 0-1. Jared Beebe 0 for 3, a couple of groundouts and a fly out to center field. Windy City trying to take game 1 of the doubleheader. 0-1 pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. And last thing you want to do is advance MacArthur to third here with a wild pitch. It's already hard enough how it is now. 1-1. Grounder past the dive of Gonzalez. It's going to get into left field. MacArthur had the stop sign. He was a little late, so he'll just advance to third, and now runners are at the corners with 1 out. For Carlos Pena. A chance for Pena to end things here for Windy City in game 1. Pena does have a hit already. Back in the 4th inning, he singled. Time called, and it's a pitch clock violation on Valdez, which will make it 1-0. Infield all the way in here. 1-0 to Pena is called a strike. One in the turf, and it's 2-1. Walk would load the bases for Sandel. Big opportunity here for Pena. And Valdez, rougher situation for him. 2-1. That is called strike 2. And now it's 2-2 against Pena. Could get a big out number 2 here and face off against Sandel with 2 down. It's all about getting it to the 8th. 2-2. Fouled it off himself. And Pena stays alive. It's another 2-2 coming. MacArthur at third. Beebe at first after his single. Extends his on-base streak yet again. Two. Fly ball into deep right field. Making the catch there is Linscott. Here comes MacArthur from third. And that will do it. Windy City walks it off. First walk-off loss of the season for the Otters. And the Thunderbolts take game 1 of the doubleheader by a final score of 5-4 on an RBI sac fly by Carlos Pena. On a game the Otters pretty much needed to win in order to keep up with Florence. They drop it here on a walk-off sacrifice fly. And drop now to 41-29. They've lost 2 straight games, and now if Florence wins their doubleheader game in game 2, as they're already beating Gateway right now, if they win that game, they'll be tied with Evansville in the standings. They're up 2-0 in the 4th inning against Gateway. Otters, another must-win game coming soon. Game 2 still have another game to play, but momentum all on the side of Windy City after the walk-off in game 1. It's the first time the Otters have gotten walked off this season. As the sac fly from Carlos Pena ends things here in game 3 of the series, giving Windy City a 2-1 series lead. Overall, the Otters had 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. On the other side, Windy City 5 runs on 8 hits with no errors. And we will be back in a little bit for Game 2 of the series, or Game 2 of the doubleheader, Game 4 of the series. So don't go away here on the Otters Digital Network.
Oh, it's always important. You want to get everyone you can, and let's keep the momentum going for the next game. Thank you. Thank you. Still saving our Julie Family Sunday post-game activities for after the conclusion of Game 2. So all on-field autographs and next will happen after the second game. So make sure to stick around. More Bolts baseball coming your way. scheduled to begin at 4 o'clock. So can we please have all parents and children on the field please start making their way back to their seats so that we can get the field ready for game 2. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, welcome back to Ozinga Field, the home of your Windy City ThunderBolts. We hope you enjoyed the Game 1 win over the Otters as today's Family Sunday presented by Julie. The ThunderBolts face the visiting Otters in the second game of today's doubleheader. Let's meet the starting lineup for today's game, starting with the visiting Otters, led by manager Andy McCauley. Leading off the flank center field number 3, John Ponder. Batting second flank shortstop number 12, Monty Jones. Batting third flank first base number 28, Logan Brown. Batting fourth flank second base number 2, Marcos Gonzalez. Batting fifth flank left field number 31, Blake Robertson. Batting sixth, the designated hitter number 10, Dennis Pierce. Batting seventh flank third base number 9, Chris Switzer. Batting eighth flank right field number 5, Zane Linscott. Batting ninth, the catcher number 29, Mark Black. And the starting pitcher for the Otters, right-hander number 23, Landon Wilman. The umpires for today's ballgame. Behind home plate, DeGrucci, Kenny Jackson. At first base, Matthias Machala. And at third base, Lucas Haley.
Back at Ozinga Field in Crestwood, Illinois for Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Windy City ThunderBolts and the Evansville Otters. This is Game 4 of the series, and a walk-off sac fly from Carlos Pena ended up giving the win to Windy City 5-4 in Game 1 of the doubleheader. And now we're back in Game 2, and everybody's changed and ready to go. Changing pretty quick. We're getting started relatively quickly here. There's a 30-minute time in between. Take a look at the umpires. Kenny Jackson is now behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes with Mateus Puchalo at first base, Lucas Naley at third. Quick turnaround here for game 2. The Otters got to get home, and then we got games against Joliet starting on Tuesday. Well, we'll take a look at the lineups. First for the Otters, it's Ponder, it's Jones, it's Logan Brown, it's Marcos Gonzalez. Everybody's the same as yesterday except for the number 9 spot. It's Ponder, it's Jones, Logan Brown's at first base this time. Marcos Gonzalez is at second. Monty Jones is at short. TJ Salvaggio getting the game off today. He played in game 1. Blake Robertson's in left field. Dennis Pierce behind him, DHing again. Chris Kutzer's at third with Sam Linscott in right field. Mark Black doing the catching. On the other side, for the Bolts, it's Liam MacArthur leading off. Michael Sandel behind him in right field. Justin Fogel in left, batting third. Jared Beebe batting fourth. Darryl Ruiz at first base, batting fifth. Victor Cherney's into the lineup here, doing the catching, batting sixth. Oscar Serratos is hitting for the first time in this series, doing the DHing, batting seventh. Tony Livermore is eighth at short, and Josue Urdaneta is batting ninth at second base. Starting pitcher for Windy City is Tyler Worley. Now, Tyler Worley was on the IL when the Otters played the Bolts last, but he has pitched against Evansville before. He had a 5-24, May 24th against the Otters. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, earned the loss. It was one of his only 2 losses this season. His other loss was in his start back on the 21st against Schaumburg. He gave up 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. In his last start, though, he threw 6 innings of 1-run ball with 8 strikeouts against Gateway and ended up getting himself the victory. His other 2 wins, he's 3-2 record. His other 2 wins were on June 13th against Lake Erie and May 13th against Lake Erie. He pitches pretty well against Lake Erie. John Ponder leading it off. Here in the top of the first inning, we kind of just getting straight into it. No pregame show or anything. That's what happens when you have a quick turnaround for the doubleheader. Otters wearing the blue jerseys here in game 2. On the other side, it's the black jerseys for Windy City. It's Ponder. Takes strike 1. 0-1. Little outside, and it's evened out. Tyler Worley has a 4.3 ERA and 44 innings so far this season. 24 walks, 42 strikeouts. He's given up 21 earned runs. He's having a relatively good season, but he spends a lot of time on the IL. There's a fly ball into right field, and that is going to be caught by Sandel for out number 1. It was a liner, 97 off the bat of Ponder, hung up a little too high. And is the first out in the first inning. That'll bring up Amani Jones. Monty Jones 2 for 8 in this series so far. Has scored 3 times, has walked once. First pitch is called a strike. On game 1 of the doubleheader, Monty Jones went 1 for 3 and scored twice. The 0-1. Called a strike inside edge. And it is 0-2. Tyler Worley throwing at 93 to start off here. Lefty's hitting 212 off of him. Righty's hitting 247. 0-2. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. First K for Worley, and that's out number 2 in the first inning. Two down quickly here against Worley. That'll bring up Logan Brown. Logan Brown ended up going 1 for 3 in game 1 of the doubleheader. Overall in the series, he's 2 for 11. First pitch a little high for ball one. Other side of the pitching matchup, Landon Williman is the starter for the Otters here in Game 2. 1-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Defense for Windy City, Justin Fogel's in left field, MacArthur's in center with Michael Sandel in right field. Jared Beebe's at third, Tony Livermore's at short, Josue Urdaneta's at second, and Daryl Ruiz is at first, with Victor Cherney doing the catching as that one just misses outside for ball 2. Logan Brown was catching in Game 1, now he's playing first base in Game 2. Mark Black is doing the catching today. 2-1 fouled away. It's kind of wild how the first game of the doubleheader was longer in 7 innings than the game yesterday in 9 innings. 2:03 is 2:17 that first game of the doubleheader. 2-2. High and inside for ball 3. Payoff here from Worley. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it, and it's going to remain at 3-2. Tyler Worley was acquired by Windy City in a trade with Washington in July last season. That's where he spent last year, Windy City as well. Fly ball into center field. MacArthur running over a few feet. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 3. So that'll do it for the top of the first inning. A 1-2-3 first for Worley. We'll head to the bottom of the first, no score, on the Otters Digital Network.
Featuring a magnificent cinema screen, the Lyric offers a movie-going experience like no other, complete with concessions and a full-service bar. You're also welcome to live music acts and the day with your private matchup. Lyric Theater, come see it for yourself. We're gonna go to so I ran you in he goes, no, I'm going to carefully.
Eighth inning. We don't have an 8th inning today, so we're doing the 8th inning read now. Brought to you by McMahon Exterminating. Remember, you can help with all your pest control needs. McMahon can. For first inning, of course, always brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens, though. 1545 Mesker Park Drive. We all know about the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens. We know them well. We know them quite well. First pitch is called a strike to Liam MacArthur. Landon Williman, the starter, is a 5.71 ERA in 64 2/3 innings. 83 hits, 41 earned runs. He's walked 28, has struck out 55. Both of those lead the team. Last outing was on the 28th against New York. He threw 5 innings, gave up 10 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, gave up a homer, and ended up not a part of the decision in the 6-6 sudden death loss to New York. Swing and a miss, and MacArthur is down on 3 pitches. First strikeout for Williman, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the first inning. So kind of like Sam Linscott, Michael Sandal's been moving up in the lineup quite a bit. They're just moving around. He was third, then he was fifth, and then he was second. He was leadoff on Friday. He's just been everywhere. Linscott batting eighth again, though, in game 2 of the doubleheader. First pitch misses for ball 1. Michael Sandal hit .275 in 94 games last season with Windy City. It was a Windy City team that was a lot worse than this team. It does 17th in runs scored, 17th in hits, 15th in homers, 17th in batting average. Which wasn't really a good squad. It was a team last season that finished 36-60, the worst record in the Midwest Conference. But this season, fighting for a wild card spot. 1-2 is going to get away from Mark Black. It's evened up at 2-2. This is the last game between these two teams this season. Otters lead the all-time head-to-head, but a lot better Windy City is at home, as that one's an opposite field base hit. Sandal's taking the wide turnaround first, but he's on with an opposite field single. Seen a couple of those pretty lucky hits. That one also just barely getting over the head of Logan Brown at first base. And that'll bring up Justin Fogel with a runner on first and 1 out. Fogel went 0 for 3 in the first game. Has Sandal on first here with 1 out. First pitch from Williman is a blooper over the head of Gonzalez and into right field for a base hit. So back-to-back bloop singles has put 2 on here with 1 out in the first inning. I'll bring up Jared Beebe. Ended up extending his on-base streak to 30 games. Now nearing Fogel's season high of 31. That got broken back on Friday. Has 2 on here with 1 out. First pitch from Williman is called a strike. Well, Williman gave up 10 hits and 4 runs in his last outing. The 10 hits the third time he's given up double-digit hits in a game this season. A little low, and it's 1-1. The other 2 times were on the 7th of July against Gateway. That was when he gave up 10 earned runs in the 16-1 loss. And then the June 7th outing against Schaumburg, in which he gave up 6 earned there. And it was an 11-7 loss against the Boomers. Called a strike, and it's 1-2. Something that Williman has done in his last 2 starts is tie his season high in strikeouts. He now has 6 strikeouts in 4 separate outings. Popped up right to Mark Black, who makes the catch for out number 2. That was a bloop right there, but it doesn't end up resulting in a hit. It results in out number 2, and now Daryl Ruiz is up with 2 on and 2 outs. Windy City trying to strike first here in the first inning. After Worley gets through a solid 1-2-3 first inning, the Otters offensively have not been doing as well as previously in the last 2 games. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Now 4 of the 5 lefties in the lineup for Windy City. The switch hitter Urdaneta technically going to be a 5th lefty, but that one's called a ball a little outside. Carlos Pena's on the bench today, or at least in game 2. Keep wanting to say today, but we have played a game already today, so I can't say today. I have to say game 2 or game 1 or whatever. One outside, and it's ball 2. Well, Ruiz so far this season, with runners in scoring position, is currently hitting at a .313. Two one. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Against righties, he's hitting .278. He's also hitting better against righties than lefties, is, per usual. Ruiz went 1 for 2, drove in 2 runs in the first game of the doubleheader. Overall, having a pretty solid series. 3 hits, but he's driven in 3 runs. 2-2. High fly ball off to the left side. Quitzer giving it a look. It will fall out of play, though. Found the very small space where he can land in the first deck. That'll remain at 2-2. Ruiz played 6 seasons with CSU San Bernardino, the Coyotes. Very high up in terms of their program history. Home runs, hits, RBIs, runs scored. The lot of them. 2-2. That is called strike 3, and Williman gets through the first inning. Scoreless. Gives up the 2 back-to-back hits, but is able to strand them both. As we'll head to the second inning, no score on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the second inning, and Florence has swept the doubleheader against Gateway, so they're now tied in the standings with Evansville. They've won eight straight games. They're now 42-30. The Otters are 41-29. Both of them 7 games back of Washington. It's been a very insane stretch for the Y'alls as Hank Zeisler hit 8 homers this week. Yeah, eight homers. I don't know. Washington did lose, though, so if the Otters win, they'll be 6.5 back. If they lose, though, they're going to be in 3rd place for the first time this year. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Gonzalez, Robertson, and Pierce lead off. Well, the running grab, run all the way into the corner for out number 1. That'll bring up Blake Robertson. Robertson had a 2-run double in the 5th inning of the game 1 that tied the game up at 4 up until the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch a little high for ball 1. Worley rocking it up to 94 on the fastball now. 1-0. Fly ball into left center field. MacArthur will run it down and make the catch for out number 2.
The designated hitter number 10, Dennis Pierce.
2 down, and that'll bring up Dennis Pierce for the first time in Game 2. Game 1, he went 0 for 2 with a run scored, 2 walks. First pitch from Worley is called a strike outside edge, and it's 0-1. Worley from Findlay, Ohio, a little bit south of Toledo. Got traded for Dylan Kirkaby. Outside, and it's 1-1. Didn't even end up playing a game with Washington. They signed him, and then they traded him away. Only 25 and a third innings with Windy City last season. But he had a 3.2 ERA. Did play against the Otters in one of those games. It was 7 games in total. He pitched one of them to end the season, August 9th against the Otters. He threw 4 1/3 scoreless. 2-1. That is called a strike, and it's 2-2. Mostly had one pretty bad outing. That was August 27th of last year against Schaumburg. He gave up 4 earned. It's also the only decision he was a part of. He got the loss there. A little high, and it's 3-2. Oh, this season he's given up a homer in 5 of his 9 games. He's walked multiple batters in 8 of 9 and has still managed to have a pretty decent ERA of 4.3. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball right down the middle challenges Pierce, and he can't catch up to it. Second K for Worley. He's gone 6 up, 6 down, and 2 scoreless. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. No score on the Otters Digital Network.
We got 3 of these. We asked Jose, what is the 3-letter abbreviation for Midway Airport? MPW. Probably flies into Chicago. Do you think he knows that? I'm going to say, does he know? I don't know. He does not know. Let's see. Yeah, no, he doesn't know it. Okay. All right, you're 2 for 2. Actually, you're a winner. We'll play the last one. According to many Chicagoans, which condiment should never be put on a hot dog? Do you think Josue knows that you don't put ketchup on a hot dog? No. I think you might get this one. Let's see.
Ketchup.
Ah, you got it. All right, Dan's a winner, everybody. Give it up for him. And Josue's a winner, too, because he knew not to put ketchup on a hot dog. Back to you guys.
Second inning is brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. Founded in 1978, J.E. Shekel is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. It is 0-0. Victor Cherney leading it off. It's Cherney, Serratos, and Livermore leading it off against Landon Williman, who, after giving up 2 hits, got out of it with a scoreless first inning. The first pitch is fouled away. Cherney was on Ottawa last season, hit .309, 79 games. Was with Ottawa and Troyes in 2024 and 2023. So he spent a lot of his professional career in Canada up until this point, but spent all of his collegiate career with in America with CSU Northridge. So played some summer collegiate ball. Was in the West Coast League in 2018 with the Yakima Valley Pippins. is skied foul off to the right side. He played in the Alaska League with the Anchorage Bucks. You know, the Alaska League is pretty. It's cool, but it's also kind of like weird to think about. Yeah, they just have a random league in Alaska, and I'm surprised they get like players. It's pretty far away. Grounder to short. Monty Jones bobbles it at short, and reaching is Cerny. So the error will go to Jones. And Cerny reaches to lead off the bottom of the second inning. I don't know if the scoreboard, the error thing doesn't work for one error because they just flipped it and it went straight to 2 errors. But that was not 2 errors, that was only 1. Oscar Serrato's getting his first bit of playing time offensively. He pitched earlier this week. In game 1 of the series, he threw a scoreless frame back on Friday. Swing and a miss, said it's 0-2. He's hitting .216 now in his 33rd game. He has 1 homer, 10 RBIs. That homer was on June 19th against Joliet. 0-2. High fly ball into right center field. John Ponder will call off everybody else and make the catch for out number 1. Heading back to first is Cerny. Well, Cerny only 1 for 2 on stolen bases, so not necessarily a speed threat. Tony Livermore up for the first time in Game 2. In Game 1, he finished 2 for 3. He was the only guy, surprisingly, to have a multi-hit game in Game 1. Couple of singles. First pitch called a strike. Livermore spent his entire collegiate career at Northwestern. Was with Schaumburg last season, hit 148 in 11 games. Got released, signed with Tri-City, played 5 games with them. Ended up finishing 2 for 8. Known for the good defense, though. He was a very good defender. He had a .980 fielding percentage last season at Northwestern. 200 chances. He just committed 4 errors. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. He hit 194 at Northwestern, though, his last season. 30 for 155. His highest average season was actually in his freshman year back in 2021, where he hit 242. One-two from Williman. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Livermore strikes out, swinging third K for Williman. And that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 2nd inning. So Livermore goes down, and now Josue Urdaneta will step up for the first time today. He didn't play in Game 1, so I can say today. Yesterday, he went 0 for 4 with 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. He has 3 strikeouts in both games this series he's played in. Fouled away off to the left side. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Urdaneta 3 games this season with 3 strikeouts, and 2 of them in this series. 0-1. That one will nail Urdaneta on the leg, and he will take first base. A little fastball goes a little inside, and that'll bring up Liam MacArthur. So MacArthur struck out swinging in his first at-bat. He has 2 on as Urdaneta seems to be okay. Just trying to run it off a little bit. He's got to get a bruise there tomorrow. Luckily, tomorrow, everyone has an off day. Windy City, after this series, are heading east to New York to face the Boulders, and then a little bit further to play the Tri-City Valley Cats. First pitch outside, and it's 1-0. Now, Mark Black coming out to have a chat with Williman. We'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. We already talked about how Florence swept the doubleheader against Gateway, which means Gateway is a couple games back now of Windy City. And Windy City's not even in a wild card spot right now. Troyes and Quebec are starting up right now. 3-2 Tri-City's up on Down East. Joliet beat New York 6-4. New Jersey just beat Washington 3-2, just barely. And Sussex beat Lake Erie, swept them after winning game 3, 10-1. Little high, and it's 2-0. Two on, 2 outs. The error at short allowed Cerny to reach, and Urdaneta's hit by pitch puts 2 on here. Some more traffic for Williman, but definitely one swing can get him out of it here. That's low for ball 3. Walk would load the bases for Sandel, who is 1 for 1 already today. That is going to miss inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk that allows MacArthur to reach, and that'll load him up. With 2 outs for Michael Sandel. First walk issued by Williman. Sandel had a bloop single off to the right side, right field. One of the 2 hits on the day for Windy City. Now a chance to bring in a run or 2 if he gets another hit here in the 2 spot. Cerny at third with Urdaneta at second. MacArthur at first. First pitch is called a strike. Sandel with runners in scoring position, hitting .306 against righties, .316, hitting a lot better against righties than lefties this year. 0-1. Check swing over. He did not go. That was a good block by Mark Black to possibly save a run from coming in. Time's called. The Otters dugout is not too happy with the check swing call, and Kenny Jackson, the home plate umpire, decided he was going to intervene a little bit. 1-1. Kind of see it clamoring. They were already talking to Mateus Puchala over at first base after that check swing call, and Jackson kind of took the chatter away from Puchala and onto him. 2-1. That is called a strike, and it's 2-2 to Sandel. One pitch away, Williman can get a scoreless second inning here. 2-2 to Sandel. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A great pitch from Williman, and strikeout number 4. Leaves the bases loaded in the second inning. We'll head to the third. Still no score as Williman escapes another jam.
Thanks, Matt. Everybody meet Terry. Terry, we're going to play a game called this is Long Shots, courtesy of Dave & Buster's. We have a trash can out there, and your job, we're going to give you 5 attempts to throw a tennis ball into that trash can on a fly. On a bounce doesn't count. It's got to be on a fly. And if you do, you're going to Dave & Buster's Northern Park with $50 in free play on their games, okay? All right, here we go. First one for Terry. Boomer is our judge and jury down there. Just a little directly challenge. Second one. A little more moves there, Terry. All right, that was number 2. Here's the third one. A little bit better. All right, I like how you use your legs on that one. Here's number 4. Go, Terry! Number 5 for Terry. 5th and final ball. Here we go. Got to get it there, dude. I have to bring an extra ball. I think everybody's going to agree. We're going to give you one more shot at it, right? Everybody okay? There we go. Not today. Okay, Terry.
Top of the third inning. Windy City has left 5 on already here through 2 innings. They left 2 on in the first. They left the bases loaded in the second inning. Otters got to take advantage of that and try and get a run on the board early here in the third inning. I guess not technically early. It's a 7-inning game, but either way, it's Quitzer, it's Lynn Scott, it's Mark Black leading it off. Tyler Worley's been pitching well. Just retired the first 6 he's seen today. First pitch to Quitzer. Bunt showed, pulled back, and it's a little low for ball 1. Quitzer in this series, 3 for 10, has a homer, 3 RBIs, but also 5 strikeouts. 1-0. Outside, just barely, and it's 2-0. Three lefties in the lineup, yet again here for Evansville. Against the righty and Worley, 2-0. Big swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. We talked about the aggressive hacks from Quitzer. If he gets a hold of one like we saw back on Friday, it's gonna really fly, especially with the wind. 2-1. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 2-2. In game 1 of this doubleheader, he went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Now has 10 on the year. Two here from Worley. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. Third K for Worley. As Quitzer goes down swinging for out number 1 in the top of the 3rd inning. 1 out. That'll bring up Sam Linscott for the first time today. He went 1 for 3, drove in a run in the first game of the doubleheader. Really overall in the Brewers organization, he had a 4.13 ERA, which isn't really that bad. 128 strikeouts as well, as that one misses outside for ball 1. Spent his last season with the Brewers in 2024 with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. Had a 4.07 ERA and 59 2/3. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. Still very respectable. Best season, or his best month, July. 1.46 ERA. His worst month was May at an 8.22. That being said, not necessarily a bad season. Like 2023, he had a worse ERA and still got called up. That was when he was with the Carolina Mudcats. 1-2. Outside. In that 2023 season, 4.11 ERA in 81 innings. Played against Down East when they were in the minor league system. Ripped right at second, and a nice diving catch from Urdaneta for out number 2. Robbing a hit there is Urdaneta as he makes the catch for out number 2, and that'll bring up Mark Black. Nothing doing offensively here. Almost one time through the order. Mark Black, the number 9 hitter, as TJ Salvaggio is getting game 2 off. 1-0 is a little high for ball 2. That was Down East when they were with the Wood Ducks, not the Bird Dogs. They had 2 very interesting names for Down East. A little high, and that's ball 3. So nothing doing for Mark Black yet in terms of pitches he's seen in the zone. Worley kicks and fires a 3-0 after taking a deep breath. And that will hit the zone for strike 1. No base runners yet for Evansville. Walk would put a man on for Ponder. Worley kicks and fires the 3-1 pitch. And that is high for ball 4. First base runner of the day for Evansville is the walk to Mark Black. First walk issued by Worley today. And he's on first with 2 outs for John Ponder. Mentioned that Worley has walked multiple batters in 8 of his 9 games this season. His most walks in a game so far is 5. That was back on June 30th against Florence. But he has also walked 4 3 other times. That's ripped up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Mark Black into second base. And John Ponder has his first hit of the series, breaking an 0 for 9 mini slump with a single. See if the 2-out hitting comes to play here in inning number 3 for Evansville. Monty Jones trying to bring in a run here and give the Otters a lead. Struck out swinging in the first inning. Wind is blowing in his favor. Fouled back to the netting. Would have domed me right in the head if there was no netting there. I always like saying that because I look at it come straight towards me and then it just stops. With runners on, hitters are .328 in terms of the average against Worley this season. 0-1. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 0-2. Jones an opportunity to bring in a run here with a base hit. That does already have 2 hits in this series, now 2 for 9 after the strikeout in the first inning. The 0-2. Fouled away, way out of the stadium. That probably hit somebody's car. Luckily, we're on the road, and my car is not here. It is in Evansville. But we have not had one before or since. (0-2) to Logan Brown. A little high for ball 1. Mark Black on third, John Ponder on second, Amani Jones on first after getting hit in the foot with a pitch. Logan Brown trying to break the scoreless tie here in the top of the third inning. 1-2 from Worley. That's hit into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit all the way into the corner. 2 runs are going to come in, and Logan Brown gives the Otters a 2-0 lead here in the third inning. Worley retires the first 2, then 4 straight Otters reach, and Logan Brown with the big hit puts Evansville up 2. First to third, as well as Amani Jones, so runners at the corners with 2 outs now for Marcos Gonzalez. First pitch from Worley is called a strike. Well, Logan Brown, some more 2-out hitting from not only him, but also just the guys in general for Logan Brown. That is RBI number 20 and 21 with 2 outs. He's the 4th member of the Otters to have 20 or more 2-out RBIs this season. 0-1. High fly ball into right field. Sandel battling the sun. And he will make the catch for out number 3. But Logan Brown brings in 2 runs on a 2-run single, scoring both Mark Black and John Ponder as the Otters have taken a 2-0 lead, heading to the bottom of the third on the Otters Digital Network. Third inning. Brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. 2-0 Evansville here in the bottom of the third inning. Logan Brown bringing in 2 in the top half. And now Williman pitching with a lead for the first time today. It's Fogle, Beebe, and Ruiz leading it off. And the first pitch is called a strike to Justin Fogle. Let's talk a little bit more about Justin Fogle. We mentioned in game 1 of the doubleheader about his .497 average at Penn State Abington back in 2023, but there wasn't a season in his 3 years that he didn't hit 400 or more. Started off his freshman year, he hit .412. Okay, yeah, good start to the collegiate career for sure. All NEAC first team, NEAC Rookie of the Year, then went and hit .484 in 2022. The dude was just putting up video game numbers. So that one misses, and it's 2-1. And then he goes and then hits .497. It's just insane. Inside, it's ball 3. Now the .484 was only in 20 games, but he played 20 games and still managed to get the ABCA Rawlings All-Region first team. And a D3 baseball All-Region third team. Called a strike, and Fogle, not a fan of that call. He'll call his hitter's timeout, 3-2 now. Mainly this 2023 season where he hit .497, he hit 15 homers, 53 RBIs. He had 1 game of his 34 without a hit. That was on March 10th against St. John Fisher. Ripped back up the middle over to short. Amani Jones will toss it to first. A little high, but Logan Brown will step on the bag for out number 1. Landon Williman's glove went flying. I don't know how that happened, but either way, out number 1 is recorded. Jared Beebe popped out to Mark Black behind the plate in his first at-bat. Ripped down the line and foul. Almost a double. But Beebe gets strike 1 instead. St. John's 2025, he hit .356. He was also with the Trenton Thunder. He was an all-second half team. Led the Trenton Thunder in extra base hits. Lined right at second base and caught by Gonzalez. Some more perfect positioning for second baseman in this doubleheader. Gonzalez, absolutely perfect. Was able to just make a step to his left, or to his right, and make the catch. Simple as that. Daryl Ruiz with 2 down in the bottom of the third inning. First pitch from Williman. Fouled back to the netting, and it's 0-1. Ruiz, we're talking about CSU San Bernardino, where he spent his collegiate years. .402 average in Division II is pretty good, not going to lie. First team all CCAA selection. Little outside. Hit 16 homers, drove in 73 runs in that season, before hitting .313 last year with Windy City in 57 games. Called strike 2, and it's a 1-2 count now to Ruiz. Last year against the Otters, he hit 8 for 21, hit a homer, drove in 4 runs. Had a couple of 4-hit games as well. Had a 5-hit game against Mississippi. Grounded to third, Quitzer will throw to first in time, and a 1-2-3, bottom of the third for Landon Williman. Still 2-0 Evansville. We'll head to the fourth on the Otters Digital Network. Welcome to the top of the 4th inning. 2-0 Evansville. 2-run single from Logan Brown. The difference, it will be Blake Robertson, Dennis Pierce, Chris Quitzer to try and extend the lead here for Evansville. And be Rob up first against Worley. Oh for 1 for Robertson, hit a fly out to center field. Leading off the 4th, Worley's first pitch is a fastball called a strike. Robertson from the OKC area, 7th round draft pick by the Rays. Last season he was with the Bowling Green Hot Rods. High A, hit 202, 53 walks to 86 strikeouts. So even in the minor leagues, he was walking a lot, and he's walking a lot this season as well. Grounder down the first base line, foul over to the Otters bullpen. His best season last year was June, where he hit 344, 11 for 32, got hit in 7 of those 10 games, including a 3 for 5 day against the Asheville Tourists. 2-2. Fouled away. Had another 3-hit game Robertson did last year. That was in July 2nd against the Rome Emperors. He went 3 for 3 with a double and 2 walks. Another 2-2. That is just outside and a little low for ball 3. That's a great take from Robertson. Full count. Trying to take his 30th walk of the season. Worley kicks and deals the 3-2. That's a grounder off the glove of Urdaneta and into shallow right field, and that will be called a base hit. Robertson's on the board with a single. A very great effort from Urdaneta, but it goes off of his glove and into shallow right field. Sandel has to come pick it up. Robertson is 1 for 2, and that'll bring up Dennis Pierce. First pitch from Worley. Called a strike on the breaking ball. Well, when we head to Washington on Friday for the weekend series against the Wild Things, there's going to be a lot of guys on the roster that are going to have family in town just because there's a lot of guys from Washington. Or not from Washington, from Pennsylvania. Popped up into foul ground, and making the catch is Cherney for out number 1. I say Dennis Pierce is one of them. But Dennis Pierce from Quakertown, which is on the other side of Pennsylvania from Washington. Also, like Amani Jones, Lebanon, he's going to have some family there. Mark Black's from Pittsburgh. Just a lot of PA guys on the team. Ben Petchke, he's from Wexford, which is a little north of Pittsburgh. Fouled away by Quitzer. Quitzer's not from Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania. He's from Buffalo. Quitzer's last season at Buffalo in 2017, he hit 348, was an All-MAC first-team selection. Also won the MAC East Player of the Week one time. Fouled away. That was before his first season in the Pecos League. He hit 429 in the Pecos League in 2018, and he was an All-Star and also won the Home Run Derby. Oh, 2. Little high on the fastball. Another interesting fact about Quitzer, he actually played for the Party Animals. The Party Animals, they like play against the Savannah Bananas. Yeah, he did that. He played against the Savannah Bananas. That was back in 2021, though, a little bit before they became like world famous. 1-2. Popped up into shallow left center field. Backing up is Livermore, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Those few games for the Party Animals was season. It was before the season with Tri-City in 2021. The Valley Cats, which he had 261 in 52 games, and ended up actually getting suspended for a brawl against Sussex. First pitch to Sam Linscott. Swinging and a miss, and it's 0-1. Linscott 0 for 1. He lined out to Urdaneta at second base. Made a nice diving catch. Robertson still over there on first base. A little high on the fastball, and it's 1-1. Otters up 2-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. So we're already more than halfway through this one. 7-inning games, yeah, they fly by. Just happens sometimes. Worley kicks and fires the 1-1. Check swing over to first, and he did go around. That is strike 2. Andy McCauley is having words with Kenny Jackson. And I think Andy McCauley's just been thrown out of the game. So Andy McCauley was chatting with Lucas Naley over at second base. And it's pretty easy to hear what he's saying. Yelling straight in Kenny Jackson's face. Still haven't really had a tally for how many times he's been ejected this season, but he is really mad this time. Yeah, he is red. He is so red. This might be the most heated I've seen Andy McCauley this season. And this is a guy that gets ejected a decent amount. He is irate. Also giving words to Mateus Puchalo. He didn't get thrown out by him. He got thrown out by Kenny Jackson. So Andy McCauley's been tossed. TJ Zarowitz will make his way over to third base to coach over there, and Max Peterson's going to take over as the second in command. The usual run-of-the-mill activities for Evansville. That was the first time where I could actually sort of make out what he was saying, because not only are we really close here in the booth to the field, but also it was one of the louder ones I've heard from him. He was red as a tomato. That caused a little bit of a delay, so that means Worley is going to get a couple of warm-up pitches. Or just one, I guess, just one. Well, in past games this season, the Otters usually perform pretty well after Andy McCauley gets ejected, really rallying the team together and trying to win for their manager that got thrown out of the game. Fouled away, and it's going to remain at 1-2. So 2-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. 1-2, 2 outs. Runner on first after that whole delay. Thought I would, if anybody just showed up, just give you a little rundown of what's been going on. The Otters scored 2 runs in the top of the 3rd inning. That's pretty much all you need to know. 1-2. Slow roller over to third base. That one is going to go foul as Beebe will pick it up. So the common conclusion to say here is I'm not sure Andy McCauley is a big fan of Kenny Jackson. Just a hunch, of course, just a hunch. But I'm thinking those two are not too fond of each other. 1-2 from Worley. Yet again, it's been a good battle with him and Linscott. Kicks and deals. Foul tip off of the padding of Journey. And we'll do it again. Two runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Evansville. On the other side, Windy City, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Landon Williman has thrown a solid 3 scoreless. The 1-2, yet again from Worley. That is ripped into center field for a base hit. A long battle, and Linscott wins it against Worley as he gets his first hit of the day. Overall hit number 4 for Evansville. And there's 2 on with 2 outs now for Mark Black at the bottom of the lineup. That's one of those at-bats that's a throw your controller type of at-bat when you're playing MLB The Show. It's one of those that takes a while and then you don't even get the guy out. So it's one of the most frustrating things ever. Now we're only going to have to still try and come back from this. There are 2 outs, but the Otters definitely, of course, known for their 2-out hitting. Mark Black's been hitting the ball well as of recent. Has a hit in 10 of his last 12 games. First pitch is a little inside for ball 1. .238 average. Has 19 RBIs. The 1-0. Worley, one of the slower workers, wasting a lot of that pitch clock time as that one hits the zone for strike 1. He's already given up the 2 earned. Couple looks back to second base where Robertson is leading. 1-1 is low and away for ball 2. Well, Worley is now giving up multiple earned runs in every start except for 3. July 28th against Gateway. July 6th against Joliet, and May the 13th against Lake Erie. The only ones with 1. He doesn't have a scoreless start yet this season. 2-1. Fouled away, and that will get out of play. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. And it's 2-2. 2025, he walked 2 or fewer in every appearance, and now in this season, he's walked 2 or more in 8 of 9. Still has only walked 1 today. 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and Mark Black goes down swinging. 4th strikeout for Worley, and that's out number 3. We will head to the bottom of the 4th inning. 2-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network. fourth inning brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. I was too busy looking at the handshake between Monty Jones and Marcos Gonzalez to pay attention to the read. Salvaggio getting the day off, so Monty Jones is at short and Marcos is at second base. First pitch is a little inside for ball one to Victor Cherney. Cherney leading it off, then it's Serratos, and then it's Tony Livermore. 1-0. That is called a strike. Cherney reached on an error in the second inning, advanced all the way to third, but didn't come around to score, and he's heading back to the dugout. And he's going to get some new grip on the bat. Few instances this season where we've seen a couple guys let go of the bat. It's a really nice day out here in Crestwood. 75 degrees, a little windy, but not like Windy City windy. 1-1. Slow roller over to third. Quitzer is going to bobble it at third base, and Cerny will reach. Might be called an infield single. Would have been a tough play for Quitzer. It will be called an infield hit, as reaching is Cherney for the second time in two ABs. So Cherney led off the second inning and reached. Now he leads off the fourth and reaches on a single. First pitch, grounder over to short. Amani Jones flips the second for one. On to first, a double play. Well, that's an easy way to get rid of the leadoff single. First pitch, DP, 6-4-3, and there's two down. Quickly here in the bottom of the fourth inning. As simple as you can get. Tony Livermore now with the bases empty and two away. First pitch called a strike. Livermore struck out swinging. Livermore will call his hitter's timeout. It's been a solid 3 2/3 scoreless for Williman. I feel like Williman's another one of those guys like Wiltsey that plays really well in doubleheader games. 0-2 check swing. No, he did not. Otters dugout. Not a fan of that one. We already saw Andy McCauley get tossed because of a check swing call. And the other one doesn't go the way of Evansville. So that one will miss, and it's ball two. Still a chance to get out of things, though. 2-2 here to Livermore. Williman working rather quickly. There's a swing and a miss for strike three. Livermore goes down swinging for the second time. Strikeout number 5 for Williman. And he's gone through 4 scoreless here in game 2 of the doubleheader. We'll head to the 5th inning, 2-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network. Top 5, Otters up 2-0. Top of the lineup leading off for Evansville, John Ponder, Amani Jones, Logan Brown. Ponder is 1 for 2. He singled, came around to score in the third inning. Lined out to right field in his first at-bat. First pitch from Worley is called a strike. It's been a relatively quick one so far, heading into the 5th inning. Just the 2 runs scored from Evansville in the third. That's the difference in this one. Outside, and it's 1-1. Nothing too crazy going on in the out-of-town scoreboard. There's not too many games going on. It's just Mississippi starting at 6:01 against Schaumburg. Those poor Boomers. Speaking of Boomers, the Windy City mascot is named Boomer. Was it really a good choice for them to name their mascot after a division rivals team name? Maybe not. Maybe not. But I didn't really have a point with that. I just didn't. I just thought it was kind of weird. 1-2. Schaumburg has a pretty long road trip going to Mississippi, then Gateway. Gateway just got swept by Florence after dropping both games in the doubleheader. Hank Zeisler is most likely winning Frontier League Player of the Week after hitting 8 homers this week, which, how? How does that happen? 1-2 from Worley. Grounder over to third, Jared Beebe. Toss across the diamond to first in time, and that's out number 1. Now 1 down, that'll bring up Amani Jones. Amani Jones struck out in the first inning, got hit by a pitch in the third, advanced to third base, but did not come around to score. Did help advance the runners, though. That did end up scoring. Hitting from the left side yet again. There's some action in the Windy City bullpen. That one's high and away for ball 1. They're just standing out there. No one's really throwing. One 0 is inside for ball 2. Worley so far has thrown 4 1/3 of 2-run ball. 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. The 2-0. There's a fly ball into right field. Michael Sandel backs up a couple steps, and he makes the catch for out number 2. That one, 95 off the bat, might have gotten pushed back by the wind. Just a tad. Logan Brown has driven in both of the only runs scored today by either side. 2-run single that brought in Ponder and Mark Black, and so far the difference still in this one. And he has another base hit into right field. So Logan Brown 2 for 3 today. 2 singles. And some more 2-out hitting for him. One on, 2 down. That'll bring up Marcos Gonzalez. The 2 runs that came in for the Otters were scored after the first 2 outs were recorded. Chris Quitzer struck out. Lynn Scott lined out to second base. Then a walk, a single, a hit by pitch, and a single brought in 2 runs. So could happen here again in the 5th inning. Marcos Gonzalez is 0 for 2, a couple of flyouts to right field. First pitch from Worley is a little low for ball 1. Well, Worley hasn't given up more than 3 earned runs in his last 5 starts. The 0-1. Fouled away. Windy City 19-1 when their opponent scores 3 or fewer runs. If this score holds, it'll be 19-2. It's a 7-inning game. They've been held scoreless so far by Landon Williman. The 0-2. Tyler Worley really waiting a while to really taking every last second of that pitch clock. You know, I've been saying the 1-2 or whatever pitch it is, and then keep forgetting that it still takes like 5 more seconds for him to actually throw the pitch. 10, 9, 8, 7. There, come on. There we go. A little high, and it's 2-2. Can't hit on a man who has a routine. Some pitchers go slow, some pitchers go fast, and some pitchers go pretty slow. Pretty slow. 2-2. Low and away, and it's a full count. So Logan Brown's going to get a head start from first base. 3-2 with 2 outs. Like Robertson standing on deck. Well, something we didn't see in game 1, the sun is out. It was a little rainy this morning, and it was cloudy during game 1, but now the sun's out, and it's mighty fine outside. 3-2 swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. Tyler Worley, 5th strikeout of the day, is out number 3. We will head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Still 2-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
Leading off for the Thunderbolts, the second baseman, number 2, Josue Urdaneta.
5th inning is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bombless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. You know, I feel like I might have to start saying some of these reads in Spanish. Maybe that'll spice things up a little bit. You know, saying the same reads every day. Maybe like a doubleheader. You know what? Wednesday, I will try to read these ad reads during game 2 in Spanish. Let me know how that would sound. It might sound terrible, honestly. It is 1-1 now against Urdaneta as that pitch misses low. It's Urdaneta, MacArthur, and Sandel, 9-1-2 leading off here in the bottom of the 5th inning against Williman. The 1-1 pitch. Fouled away. Urdaneta got hit by a pitch in the thigh area, his first at-bat, so he has not recorded one yet. Just a plate appearance. Williman, one of his 3 games last season, when he was with Evansville before he got put on the IL for the rest of the year, was against Windy City. So that one misses high for ball 2. June 15th, it was actually his last game of the season, was against Windy City. Through 3 2/3 innings, gave up a run, 4 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. That will just miss outside for ball 3. Somebody warming in the pen for the Thunderbolts. It's Noah Manning. That's outside, and it's a walk to lead off the 5th inning. Erdenette on first now for the top of the lineup. And immediately, the Otters bullpen is going to start getting somebody warm. Anthony Tomczak, the first man warming. MacArthur is 0 for 1, has a strikeout and a walk so far today. Runner goes, throw to second on a hop, is in time! Great tag from Amani Jones and a great throw from Mark Black on a hop. Sandel so far today, 1 for 2, singled in the first, struck out swinging in the second. Curveball misses high. '71st game for Sandel. He's only missed 1 game this season. 3-0 as Williman takes a deep breath. Not the end of the world if this ends up being a walk. That is called a strike, though, and it's 3-1. Fogel on deck. He's also 1 for 2. 3 hits for Windy City today. 1 from Sandel, 1 from Fogel, and 1 from Cherney. That will miss high for ball 4. Two walks in this inning for Williman. And Mark Black will come out to have a mound visit with him. It would be nice for Williman to get through 5 scoreless here and have the pen take it home the last 2 frames. Definitely worrisome, and Justin Fogel doesn't hit too many home runs, though. He's representing the tying run. Windy City in general doesn't really hit too many home runs. They're 17th out of 18 teams with 52. Fogel hit a single in the first, grounded out to short in the third. Otters looking to keep their 2-0 lead heading to the 6th inning, possibly extend it a little bit more for the bullpen. If the score holds until the 7th, we will see Junior Serta. In the nicest way possible, I would like to not see Junior Serta, because that means we will be up by enough to not be in a safe situation. Grounder over to second base. Marcos Gonzalez will toss to first, and Landon Williman throws 5 scoreless in his start today. A great outing for Williman if that's his last pitch thrown today. We'll head to the 6th inning, 2-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, thanks, Matt. It's time to play the golf, courtesy of Fountain Hills. We have a Thunderbolt player who will go up against one of our great fans. They'll each take 2 shots. And whoever's closest to the pin at the end will wear our prestigious green jacket. We have A.J. Campbell representing the Thunderbolts. He's the owner of 12 green jackets, which may be a record. We got a water hazard out to your left. A.J., stay away from that. Pin straight ahead. Not allowed to bend. Push it a little right. 6-degree wedge. Brian, this is for all the marbles. The green jacket. All right, please. Oh, he shanked it. I don't have a signal. It's got to be. Is that AJ? All right, AJ Campbell. Congratulations on your 13th green jacket. Unprecedented in closes of history. Brian, thanks to you. And we're sending you to Fountain Hills with a pass for 3. Give it up for him, everybody.
Top of the 6th inning, Tyler Worley's day is done. He finishes with 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts, and he is the pitcher of record. Would get the loss if this score holds. Noah Manning is the first guy out of the pen here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. He'll face off against Robertson, Pierce, and Quitzer to lead off the top of the 6th. That's Robertson leading off as Manning is pitching for the second time in this series. He threw a scoreless frame back on Friday. That was also his first appearance off of the IL. First appearance since mid-May. Manning spent a lot of the season on the IL as the first pitch is fouled away. A little bit of an interesting sidearm motion when he pitches. 24-year-old from Manuka, Illinois, which is a little bit west of Joliet. So in the area. So that one misses low, and it's 1-1. Last year was in the Mariners organization. Signed a minor league deal on April 30th, 2025. Pitched 19 2/3 innings and then got released in August. Grounder over to second base, Urdaneta. Bullpen. 1-0 is outside for ball 2. Manning spent a couple seasons with Iowa Western Community College before transferring to Troy, finishing out his college eligibility there. 2024 was his last season. He had a 3.9 ERA in 30 innings as the preseason All-Sun Belt team. That is high, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Dennis Pierce. Second walk issued by Windy City pitching. And the second 4-pitch walk in this doubleheader for Pierce. One on, one out, Chris Quitzer up for the third time. He's 0 for 2, struck out swinging in the third. Popped out to Livermore in the fourth. That one's going to get past Cerny, and taking second base is Dennis Pierce. That was so inside that Quitzer hit the floor. He almost hit the floor at least. Cerny hit the floor, that's for sure. As Pierce makes his way into scoring position. That will cause a mound visit. The 2024 with Troy, Manning had a 6-0 record. He had 11 walks compared to 26 strikeouts, 9.3 hits per 9, but still managed to hold opponents to a .265 batting average. 13 out of his 20 appearances, he didn't allow an earned run. 2 saves, which is second on the team. They had a main closer. Called a strike, it is 1-1. He also spent time in the MLB Draft League with the West Virginia Black Bears in 2024. Was originally signed with the Lake Country Dockhounds in the American Association before he got signed by Seattle. Fouled over to the Windy City dugout, and it's 1-2. They're going from somebody in Worley that works pretty slow to someone in Manning that goes relatively quickly. He's ready to go already. 1-2. High chopper over to third. BB's going to have to go quick. Throw to first is in time, and that's out number 2. Advancing to third is Pierce. Now Linscott will try to bring in a third run for Evansville. Has Pierce on third with 2 outs. First pitch from Manning is a little high for ball 1. Linscott is 1 for 2. He singled in the 4th inning. He lined out to Urdaneta at second in the 3rd inning. There's a grounder over to second base. Urdaneta will scoop it up. Toss over to first is in time, and that's out number 3. So the runner gets left at third for Evansville. Still leading it, though, 2-0, as we will head to the bottom of the 6th inning on the Otters Digital Network.
You're the winner of the Delta Sonic Curious Car on the Lot and keep playing your prize at the box office. All right, fans, buckle up. It's time for
And Anthony Tomczak will come in to hopefully make sure that Williman gets the victory. First pitch to Jared Beebe is inside for ball one. It's Beebe, Ruiz, and Cerny. Leading off here in the bottom of the sixth. Beebe 0 for 2. Popped out to Mark Black. Lined out to Gonzalez. So that one's called a strike. Tomczak, a 4.7 ERA and 15 and a third innings. He has not allowed an earned run in his last 3 outings. That includes a scoreless frame on Thursday against New York with 3 walks. He walked 3, and Joe Morrissey got him out of it. The bases loaded, nobody out, and got a pop up to Quitzer, then a double play. Kept the ERA low. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and Tomczak gets Beebe to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. 6th K for Otters pitching, and that's out number 1. 2-0 Evansville here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Just the 2 runs in the 3rd inning. A 2-run single from Logan Brown. Still the difference in this one. Darrell Ruiz up for the 3rd time. He's 0 for 2. Has a strikeout looking and a grounder to 3rd. First pitch just outside. And it's 1-0. Tomczak has already pitched against Windy City twice this season. 17th of June, 2 2/3 innings, gave up a run, no earned. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. So that one hits the zone for strike 1. On the 19th, he threw 2 scoreless with 3 strikeouts. He has 3 strikeouts in 3 games, and 2 of them were against Windy City. 1-1. Fouled back to the netting, and it's 1-2. Tomczak, though, a lot of strikeouts so far this season. 11 walks, though, as well. So location sometimes a little off, but has still been very reliable out of the bullpen, which is why he's getting a decently high leverage spot here in the 6th inning. 1-2. Fouled away again. Fastball 95. If Tomczak can get through this one, we'll see Serta for the 7th. Barring a bit of offense from the Otters in the top half. 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Did go around. Back-to-back Ks for Tomczak, and that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. So 2 down, Victor Cherney up for the 3rd time. He's reached twice, 1 on an error, 1 on a single. Cherney, one of 3 guys in the lineup to reach twice today. Still only 3 hits for Windy City. Cherney's got 1 of them. Sandel has 1, and Fogel has 1. All of them singles today. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Tomczak has 6 scoreless outings this season. Trying to strike out 3 again against Windy City. So that one's fouled away, and it's 1-2. Tomczak, 3 strikeouts in 5 outings, and 2 of them have come against Windy City. 1 strike away from number 6. 1-2. Outside on the fastball, and it's evened up at 2-2. The other 3 was against Gateway on the 9th, Sussex on the 12th, and Mississippi on the 26th. He struck out 3, though, in 4 straight outings between July 9th and July 19th, which included those 2 games against the Bolts. 2-2. That is called strike 3, and Tom Zach does get his 3 Ks. Every outing Tom Zach has had against Windy City this season has resulted in 3 strikeouts, and this time he strikes out the side in 1 inning. We'll head to the 7th, 2-0 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network. Seventh inning, let's take a look at some of the upcoming series going on in the midweek between August 4th and August 6th. It's Ottawa facing off against Brockton. Windy City's heading to New York to play 3 against the Boulders. Ottawa's playing that doubleheader against Brockton. Mississippi and Lake Erie are facing off. 3-game series there. Quebec's at Tri-City. Trois-Rivières at New Jersey. Florence is all the way up in Sussex County. They're playing them, and then they're playing Brockton. That's going to be a long road trip for the Y'alls. Bird Dogs are in Washington to play the Wild Things before we do over the weekend. First pitch called a strike to Mark Black. Schaumburg's in Gateway, and Joliet is going to be at Bosse Field. Should be a good series between the Slammers and the Otters. Tuesday, it's another $2 Tuesday. Of course, everything's going to be very cheap. It's going to be at $6:35 again. Make sure you pull up for that. Wednesday, it's a Country Night 2.0 in the doubleheader as that one is popped up. First base side. Making the catch out there is Ruiz for out number 1. Carson Plumador, the new pitcher, gets out number 1. Thursday, Thirsty Thursday, and it's Latin Heritage Night. We're celebrating Latin Heritage, of course, with the mini Maraca giveaway to the first 500 fans, and that's another 6:35 start, so it's going to be a good series against Joliet before we head to Washington and play 3 against L for 2. Got hit by a pitch. First pitch is called a strike. Plumador, 4.76 ERA in 45 1/3 innings. He's already pitched in this series. He pitched yesterday, actually. He threw a scoreless frame yesterday with a strikeout. Has a strikeout in his last 15 outings. Also, exactly 1 strikeout in 12 of those 15. One here to Jones. Fouled back to the netting, and it's 1-2. This is now game number 6 for Plumador against the Otters. These two teams have played 12 games, and Plumador has pitched in half of them. 1-2. Now Ponder gets stolen base, number 27. Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, never mind. Either way, Ponder, 27 of 39. He takes second base. And now a runner in scoring position with one out for Jones, who took that outside for ball 2, and it's 2-2 now. Chance to get his first hit of the day and bring a run in. Fouls another one back. Yeah, might be a little upset at himself that was definitely a good pitch to hit for him. But still manages to stay alive. Two. As a ground ball over to short. Livermore will throw to first in time for out number 2 as Amani Jones is 0 for 3 now, but Ponder will move over to third base. Well, that'll bring up Logan Brown, who's brought in the only 2 runs from either side today. 2 for 3. 2 singles. Has already brought Ponder in with a single. Chance to do it again here and put a little cushion up for Serta. 1-0. Outside, it's ball 2. Fastball at 88. Plumador doesn't throw the fastest, but still able to get the job done. High fly ball into deep right field. Going back is Sandel. He's backing up near the track, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. Bottom of the 7th inning, it's Serta time, as we'll see if Junior Serta can pick up another save and split the series 2-2. 2-0 Otters here in the 7th. Otters trying to split the doubleheader here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Junior Serta is looking for save number 12 on the year. He's at a 3.48 ERA in 33 2/3 innings. He's given up 13 earned runs, 12 walks compared to 36 strikeouts. And he has a 2-run cushion here. It is the bottom 3 in the order to lead off. It's Serratos, it's Livermore, and it's Urdaneta. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Otters 3 outs away from picking up their 42nd win and officially beating their win total from 2024. Bunt showed. Called a strike. Serratos 0 for 2. Bottom 3 in the order combined 0 for 4. They will win the season series against Windy City, which is crucial considering these 2 teams are fighting for a wild card spot. 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. 4th straight strikeout for Otters pitching. First for Serta, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. looking to finish the season series 8-4 against Windy City. First pitch called a strike to Livermore. Paints the corner at 95, and it's 0-1. Serta was a starter for about 2 weeks, and now he's back as the closer. Feel as though Serta thrives in the closer role. To be fair, though, he did pitch pretty well as a starter. He got 2 wins in his 3 starts. And his third start where he didn't get the win, he went 3 innings, gave up 1 earned run. Check swing over, didn't go, and it's 1-2. Livermore has 2 strikeouts already today. He's 0 for 2. Otters close to heading home with a split. Not only the doubleheader, but the entire 4-game series. That one's fouled away. Serta so far this season is 11 for 13 on save attempts. 1-2. Livermore stays alive. Fifth time that Serta's faced off against the Thunderbolts this season. He started against them on the 19th. 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, got the win. It was his first win as a starter this season. Another one fouled away, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Josue Urdaneta standing on deck as Livermore keeps on fighting here in the 7th inning. Another 1-2 from Serta. And another foul. Well, overall, just offense stuttering here in the second game of the doubleheader for Windy City. Just the 3 hits, both teams with an error. The Otters up 2-0. Grounder down the first base line, foul. Either way, going to be a content bus ride home. Usually when you win, it's a happy bus ride. When you lose, it's a little bit of a quieter bus ride. If you split a doubleheader, how do you feel? You feel content? Grounder to first, that's fair. Snagged by Logan Brown. He'll tag the bag, and that is out number 2. Windy City down to their final out here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. And Game 4 of the series. This might be the last time we see Windy City this season. All 12 games coming down to this final out. Try and get the Otters up 8-4 in the season series. First pitch grounder over to short. Amani Jones scoops it up, throw to first. In time, and the Otters win. Great play at short from Amani Jones. As the Otters take Game 2 of the doubleheader, they shut out Windy City, and they have won their 41st game. They stay in second place, just up by half a game over Florence. It was a big win for the Otters as they split the series, they split the doubleheader, but overall win the season series against a team they're competing for in the playoff hunt by a final score of 8-4 in terms of the percentage, the season series. The final score of this game, 2-0. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Evansville. On the other side, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error. And after a pretty rough loss in Game 1 of the doubleheader, Game 2 goes a lot better for the guys as they take a 2-0 win. Max Peterson, another fantastic job being the second in command after Andy McCauley gets tossed. He's really good at this thing. He's really good. Of course, TJ Zarowitz at third base as well. Doing a fantastic job over there. Helped get the Otters a win. And bus ride back to Evansville after this. We have an off day tomorrow before Game 1 of another 4-game series against the Joliet Slammers. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a fun one at Bossy Field, so make sure you pull up. It's a 6:35 start on Tuesday, then a 5:05 start Wednesday for the doubleheader, the 7-inning doubleheader, then another 6:35 on Thursday. So make sure you tune in if you aren't going to be at Bossy Fields. But for everybody here at Ozinga Field, I'm Evan Patoka. We'll see you tomorrow. We have an off day tomorrow. We'll see you Tuesday night for Game 1 against Joliet. Have a good rest of your day.